Good morning. I'd like to call the February meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Hartman,
Here.
Supervisor Capps,
Here.
Supervisor Nelson,
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino,
Here.
and Chair Williams.
Here. We will now recess to closed session. Will County Council please read the item for consideration today?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. There's one item for closed session today, public employee appointment, reappointment, General Services Director, and the time estimate is 1 hour.
And we will return at 10 o'clock for closed session. We are reconvening the meeting of February 7th, 2023. Will County Council please report out from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session for one item, public employee appointment for General Services Director, and the board took no reportable action.
Thank you. Well, I want to welcome all of you to the ceremony in recognition of elected officials for 2022. Every 2 years, we meet to honor the officials who have been elected or re-elected to represent the residents of Santa Barbara County. This is a special day for Santa Barbara County and an important moment for us to celebrate democracy at work in our local community. The incoming chair, which is me, I'm Das Williams, is given the opportunity to design the program and feature special guests. I had the honor of planning this recognition with much help from my staff. And before I begin, I know there are many illustrious guests here, but when we have some of our former colleagues, I especially want to call them out. And we have in the audience today former supervisors Janet Wolf, Doreen Farr, and Susan Rose, and we just want to welcome them for being here. Oh, and Gail Marshall. I can't forget my own constituent. And that's also Gail Marshall there. Thank you. We will begin with the color guard.
Chair Williams and members of the board, I would now like to introduce the Santa Barbara County Fire Department's Honor Guard, who will be leading us through the presentation of colors and the Pledge of Allegiance. The Santa Barbara County Fire Department's Honor Guard proudly serves as ambassadors of the department in a positive display of professionalism and patriotism. The Honor Guard was established in early 2003 at the direction of then Fire Chief John M. Charay. The need for an honor guard was realized as a result of the in-line-of-duty death of Engineer Inspector Robert Mosley. The honor guard represents the department by presenting the colors, consisting of the flags of the nation, state, county, and department. The colors are protected by axe bearers. The honor guard can be assigned to a multitude of civil events, including funerals, dedications, and memorial events on state, local, and federal level, and also participates in multi-agency color guard functions. The Santa Barbara County Fire Department's team consists of 12 active duty International Association of Firefighters, Local 2046 members of all ranks. The Honor Guard's unique uniform and precision marching techniques enables them to achieve a high level of excellence for each assignments they are detailed to perform. Please join the board in welcoming the Santa Barbara County Fire Department's Honor Guard.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and join us for the posting of the colors. Uniform personnel, attention. Detail forward. Mark. Detail. Halt. Detail. Left. Face. Precept. Arms. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Forward. Arms. Bow. Face. Post. Color.
not only because they respond to all of our largest emergencies, both in the city and the county. They're our largest fire department that gives mutual aid, and because they managed to do that in the tightest space. We should give them an extra round of applause. Well, we normally do this ceremony on the first meeting of January. That meeting took place the morning after a terrible flooding event. So we all, both you and the various institutions of that, various departments of the county, had much to do. So we canceled that and moved it to today. But I want to, so it's not formally an installation anymore because I've been installed, but we wanted to give our outgoing chair, Joan Hartman, who did an incredible job, to have a chance for a statement.
Thank
outgoing
you.
Remarks.
When I handed off the gavel 5 years ago, it had been quite an eventful year. The El Capitan debris flows, the Ivy Bluff collapse, the Whittier fire, the Thomas fire, and the 1/9 debris flow, whose anniversary we are marking today. So when I was preparing for today's originally scheduled ceremony, I was planning to say, this past year has been relatively calm, a time of consolidation, regrouping, gathering our feet beneath us after the great unplanned experiment that was COVID. But then we were hit with the massive atmospheric rivers, and we are still digging our way out. As an organization, we've learned to continue with our normal business while also addressing many emergency situations. Our CEO has declared, I think, 21 different emergencies in her tenure here. It's an extraordinary adeptness of our county staff that they can rise to these demands, and I'm humbled to observe the dedication and ethos of service that runs throughout our organization. So some of the big accomplishments for the past year include our budget. We passed a $1.41 billion budget, including $27.3 million for ARPA allocation, much of which was devoted to addressing homelessness and housing, co-response, and criminal justice. We had some new policy directives. We adopted new supervisorial districts determined by the Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission, the first in the state created by initiative. We conducted powerful diversity, equity, inclusion joint training for our executives. We committed to a community action plan to address homelessness and encampments, a regional cross-jurisdictional model, and we are continuing to allocate ARPA funds and to secure additional grant funding due to our on-the-ground successes. We adopted a hybrid remote work model for county employees. We passed a hemp ordinance and a conditional use permit requirement for new cannabis cultivation projects. And we've supported steps towards a Santa Maria River Trail along the levee, a farm worker resource center, and purchase of a building for the Orchid Library. We've completed major infrastructure projects such as the Randall Road Debris Basin, recycled water project at Waller Park, the Dignity Moves project for homeless in Santa Barbara, our Northern Branch Jail, and we're nearing completion of the Betteravia Center microgrid and new EV charging stations at county facilities, and we've made significant progress on electrifying our county fleet. We've made some major outstanding new hires. Our Chief Information Officer, our Animal Services Director, our Public Information Officer, our Ag Commissioner, our Public Health Director, and we're about to hire a new General Services Director. I'm always sad when friends, colleagues, department heads retire when we get that notice. But I believe we are assembling an amazing new team. Each of these exceptional leaders will bring new insights and strategies to move our county forward. Our county this past year has been recognized with several awards. CSAC awarded our county a challenge grant for its 3-year post-COVID Health and Human Services Recovery and Resiliency Strategies. CSAC also recognized the novel Public Works Bucket Brigade partnership to build a new network of community pedestrian paths. The South Coast Chamber of Commerce acknowledged our co-response team, a collaboration with BeWell and our Sheriff's Office with its Innovator of the Year Award. The California Arts Council awarded our County Office of Arts and Culture $4.75 million to support community resilience in the Central Coast region. And at the National DA's Conference, former DA Joyce Dudley was given the 2022 Champion for Kids Award. As the chair's prerogative, we celebrated the diversity of cultural contributions by different ethnic groups to our county, and some Arab American Heritage Month, the Asian Pacific Islander Heritage Month, where we celebrated Japanese, Chinese, and Indonesian cultures and their particular contributions here in Santa Barbara County, among many others. This is a proud record of achievement, but I'd like to note 3 subtler things as well, and why I'm so proud to serve with my colleagues on the board. The first is investment in technology throughout our organization. We are investing in new technological systems, an enterprise system internally, a CELA for permitting, coordinated entry for homeless, and the new systems for criminal justice partners. And I have confidence that with our new Chief Information Officer, along with all the preparatory work done by Jeff Frapwell, these systems are going to knit us together in wholly new ways and improve the quality of experience of working with the county. It takes a huge investment in these systems, and you have to work not just with the technology, but with the people. And I have to admit, I'm not always the first who wants to adapt Teams instead of Zoom. And so it takes getting over some resistance, but we're an innovative organization, and we're doing this. We're also a board of financial prudence. Each of us on the board is committed to a balanced budget, and by that I don't mean that we're just not running a deficit, but that we aren't neglecting important but less visible investments such as technology and infrastructure. Rainy day funds and reserve funds. These are the foundational scaffolding for government, and they're also what gets us through in these emergency situations. So they're not as visible, but they're extremely important. And the last thing I want to mention is the commitment to the democratic process. I often hearken back to John Stuart Mill. It's like an article of faith. He argues that democracy, messy as it is superior to a benevolent dictator. But then the question is why? And he says, in a democracy, individuals grow and learn and discuss and debate and fight, but they learn from each other. And in a civil society, we also grow when people and groups are able to tackle more and more demanding projects by the skills of learning to work together. Yes, it's messy, but we're up here trying to find common ground, understanding that each of us is a voice for important constituent groups, and each possesses an important piece of the puzzle we are trying to solve. We stay open-minded and willing to listen and explore compromises, and increasingly, we are asking that the people who come to us do the same. We are prudent with taxpayer money, we are investing in the future, and we are demonstrating what a functional democracy looks like. It's been a privilege to serve as your chair for the past year, and I know that Supervisor Williams will certainly take us even further down the path of achievement. And what you get, you change the gavel, but all importantly, you get the battery-charged phone for emergencies.
This is a stark reminder. It's essentially the bat phone. And it's a stark reminder of that once again, we have had a terrifying reminder of what a climate-enhanced disaster can do. 5 years ago, we had the debris flow concentrated in Montecito. Just a few weeks ago, we had flooding that was all over the county. Particularly hard hit were parts of Santa Barbara, Orcutt, Guadalupe, and elsewhere. And these present us with a challenge to become more resilient, a challenge to not forget past events, a challenge to build, in some cases, infrastructure for the next century, and a challenge to us to do our part to fight climate change. And I want to remind us that it is this long term that really government has the task, the mission to fulfill, is to not just look for the next few years, but to look for the arc of history and to look into the future. The county and all of its people must do what we can do for energy decarbonization. There's three basic ingredients to this. Energy decarbonization is one, and it's the one we're most successful on. The county has joined Central Coast Community Energy, and we just signed a contract for the first compressed air storage facility in the world that doesn't use natural gas. That would be for us 200 megawatts of storage. But this is not going to be enough. We think we need to do about 600 megawatts of storage between now and 2030 for the whole Central Coast Community Energy region. The second ingredient is housing close to jobs. When we have jobs and are job centers, but when we export growth to neighboring communities, we not only tear apart our families, we not only tear apart the fabric of our society, but increasingly, the data indicates we destroy the environment too. And when we all got into preservation for sake of protecting the environment, the moment we realize that we're actually destroying the environment with us, it should cause us to reevaluate our priorities. This part of the puzzle, transportation, is 55% of our emissions in this county, and statewide, it's 60%. And so really, this leads me to the last part, which is that you hold the keys to that. Because not only building housing close to jobs is part of that mission, but the electrification of transportation. That's a fancy way to say electric cars and transit. We need to increase not only what the county has done. As most of you know, we now have a policy of only buying electric cars for our sedan fleet, except for our public safety departments. And now, beginning this month or last month, we have a policy of only buying electric trucks for our light duty fleet as well. But we also need to make it easier for you to be part of that. We are ambitious in the hundreds of chargers that we want to build as a county, and that we want to make sure that county employees and the public in general can use electric cars and can be part of this effort to save the environment, but also to save ourselves. One of the things I'm most proud of about serving on this Board of Supervisors is something that Supervisor Hartman alluded to. We live in an age where of intensity, of belief, of a mistrust of people who have different beliefs than us. I think we saw this heightened even more in the last couple years with the nationwide COVID emergency. And I can tell you, especially our public health staff, but all throughout the county, we have felt that increased intensity. It's become more dangerous People have become more angry. And what I'm most proud of is in that time, the Board of Supervisors has, instead of mistrusting each other more, instead of being caught up in this nationwide cycle of anger and partisanship, that we've drawn together. We see the world in different ways, the five of us. We have sometimes differing priorities. We are not all moderates. We don't just get along because our ideology is similar. We get along because we trust each other's values, we trust each other's heart, and we want to work together for practical results for the county. And we hope that this will be an example that government and relations with government doesn't have to be angry and intense. It can be respectful. We can learn together, work together, and make solutions. Thank you for being here. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Associate Rabbi Daniel Brenner of Congregation of B'nai B'rith. Rabbi Brenner joined CBB in July of 2018 and is currently the Associate Rabbi. In addition to providing clergy support to meet our community's growing needs, he teaches confirmation classes, Melton classes, and works with our young adults and young families. He also helps to run a number of special projects, including strengthening our community of respect and understanding. I met him and just really wanted him to do this because I've seen him as part of our efforts with Dignity Moves to house the homeless, and I've seen his active role in the interfaith community and reaching out to other communities and drawing them together. He was ordained in May of 2018 by Hebrew Union College in Los Angeles. Rabbi Daniel has served as the student rabbi of Congregation B'nai David in Visalia, California, the rabbinic intern of Temple Emmanuel in Beverly Hills, and most recently, the rabbinic intern right here at CBB. During his years of HUC study, he was also a rabbinic fellow for NFTY in Israel and a member of APAC Lefel Fellowship, which brought rabbinic students from seminaries across the religious spectrum together for learning and engaging around Israel. Rabbi Daniel is proud to hail himself as a local boy because he was raised in Ventura at Temple Beth Torah, which I've attended many times.
That's what my wife says, close.
He received his bachelor's degree in Israeli and Middle East politics from American Jewish University in 2011, has a master's in Hebrew letters from Hebrew Union College, in addition to his rabbinic ordination, and is a frequent Israel traveler, having both participated in Birthright and staffed many of their trips. Rabbi Brenner.
Wow, thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Supervisor Williams, for giving me the opportunity to speak this morning. I'll have to admit, when you asked me to offer an invocation, I Googled invocation. So now that I'm an expert, I'd like to start with something a little less traditional. I'll take a moment just to offer a reflection on leadership. Around the world this week, Jewish communities are reading the same section of Torah, which is our sacred text. We're reading a portion called Yitro. And in it, Moses has just led the Israelites out of Egypt, across the Sea of Reeds. And once he's on the other side, he is visited by his father-in-law, Jethro. Jethro is the high priest of the Midianites, which is another group of people practicing a different faith. And yet when he visits the Israelites, he acknowledges the power of the Israelite God over all others, which is quite a statement. Jethro, ostensibly from across the aisle, acknowledges the other. Could a politician today survive lauding the good work of others contrary to their belief system? They should. Jethro offers Moses some advice. He sees Moses burdened by the responsibility of caring for the entire community. Moses thought that he could and should handle the task on his own. But Jethro sits him down. Appoint helpers, he says. Delegate the tasks needed to be completed. Then you might actually have time to lead. Moses follows Jethro's advice, and by the end of the reading, the Israelites have arrived at Mount Sinai and have received the 10 Commandments. I'm curious how these lessons of leadership from Torah would enhance this county's work. To know when to take advice, to not need credit for the things being done, to congratulate the individual who worked hard despite your own personal stake. Maybe that already happens here, and if so, kol hakavod, all of the honor to all of you. If we could remove the feeling that all burdens fall directly on our shoulders alone and no others, what would that do for our ability to serve our county? That could be why there's 5 of you. But don't be afraid to widen your circle of individuals willing to improve the community. As a prayer of invocation, I'll offer words that our community says every Shabbat morning. We offer this intentionality as we go about our day. We say that we cannot merely pray to God to end war or disease or prejudice, for we have been given every tool necessary as human beings to combat these plights. There's no challenge that humankind lacks the capacity to overcome. Instead, we pray, God, grant us strength, determination, and willpower to do instead of merely to pray, that our world may be safe, and in turn, our lives be blessed. To you, our County Board of Representatives, Supervisors, I pray that you make decisions according to the needs of the many over the fancies of the few, that you seek guidance constantly, that you become experts in listening, not in speaking, that you are known for your compassion and generosity more than your accomplishments, that you are leaders, not politicians. Do this, and I know that there is nothing our county cannot handle. No need or challenge too great for this body and its supporters to find a solution to. In Hebrew, I'll close. Baruch atah Adonai, shenatan lanu hizdamnut letaken et ha'olam. Thank you, Holy Source, for giving us the opportunity to do good in the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Brenna. I would like now to introduce Dr. Azam Faiz. Dr. Faiz teaches courses in Persian language and literature at UCSB. She has a BA in English translation from Alameh University, an MA in linguistics from Madaris University in Tehran, and a PhD in linguistics from the University of Florida in Gainesville, where her dissertation received the Distinguished Threadgill Award. She's also obtained a certificate in second language acquisition and teaching from the University of Florida. Previously, she taught Persian courses in the Department of Linguistics at the University of Illinois. Her research focuses on the structures of Persian language, psycholinguistics, and second language acquisition. Her interest is in the field of psycholinguistics, and it's in language processing, eye tracking, and subject-verb agreement. She's been awarded a grant from the U.S. Department of Education Undergraduate International Studies and Foreign Languages for this project. She is accompanied today by one of her students, Emma Safahi. Dr. Faiz has been active in highlighting the protests in Iran, which were topped off by the killing of a woman for wearing a hijab. She's been faithful to this week in and week out. You can see her all around town, but often at the Dolphin Fountain weekly, reminding us all that the community of humankind is never free until all are free. Dr. Faiz.
Thank you so much. I am very honored to be with you today, and I am very thankful from Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors to providing me with this opportunity to be the voice of people in Iran. Today we are going to read a poem from Sadi Shirazi, 13th century Persian poet from Shiraz, Iran. This is a part of his poem Bani Adam, which emphasizes humanity's need for unity and empathy.
Dr. Faiz, could you just get a little bit closer to the microphone? Great. Thank you.
Yeah, this is a part of his poem Bani Adam, which emphasizes humanity's need for unity and empathy, especially in light of the Iran's current uprising. This part of the poem has been woven on a large land-made Persian carpet installed on the wall of the entrance of the United Nations building in New York. I will go with Persian part and then the English translation. It says, Bani Adam a'zay yek peykarand. All human beings are members of one frame که در آفرینش ز یک گوهرند. Since all at first from the same essence came. چو عضوی به درد آورد روزگار, when time afflicts a limb with pain, دگر عضوها را نماند قرار. The other limbs at rest cannot remain. تو کز مهنت دیگران بیغمی, if thou feel not for others' misery, نشاید که نامت نهند آدمی. A human being is no name for thee. This poem, as you see, highlights the importance of international solidarity for people of the world. People of Iran at this time, they are currently fighting for their basic human rights. Iran has a rich history of civilization and culture. As an example, the first declaration of human rights was established in Persian Empire by Cyrus the Great 2,500 years ago. It is so unfortunate that at this time, in 21st century, people of Iran, they are deprived from the basic human rights and women's rights. And this is why we need international solidarity to help the people of Iran. I am so thankful from Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors to provide me with this opportunity to be the voice of people of Iran. Persian literature is a treasure to the world. For those who know about Persian literature, we have a millennium of Persian literature. Maybe the biggest epic poetry in the world is in Iran, Shahnameh from Ferdowsi, who has revived the Persian language. But today I want to read another poem, which is actually a song by Shervin Hajipur. The reason to read this poem is to highlight the current uprising in Iran. This song was written by Shervin Hajipur, a young Iranian artist who dedicated it to the people of Iran fighting for the regime's change and has since become the anthem of the current revolution in Iran. This song was inspired by the tweets from the young generation in Iran.
After releasing the song, Shervin was arrested. But due to the song's worldwide popularity and resonance, the regime released him from prison on bail. 2 days ago, the song was awarded a Grammy for Best Song for Social Change. It is a song about the various freedoms and that the people are fighting for and are currently deprived of. And now we are going to play the song.
برای توی کوچه رقصیدن، برای ترسیدن به وقت بوسیدن، برای خواهرم، خواهرت، خواهرامون، برای تغییر مغزها که پوسیدن، برای شرمندگی، برای بیپولی، برای حسرت یک زندگی معمولی، برای کودک زباله‌گرد و آرزوهاش، برای این اقتصاد دستوری، برای این هوای آلوده، برای ولیعصر و درختای فرسوده، برای پیروز و احتمال انقراضش، برای سگهای بیگناه ممنوعه، برای گریه های بیوقفه، برای تصویر تکرار این لحظه، برای چهره‌ای که میخنده، برای دانش آموزا، برای آینده، برای این بهشت اجباری، برای نخبه های زندانی، برای کودکان افغانی، برای این همه، برای غیر تکراری، برای این همه شعارهای تو خالی، برای آوار خونه های پوشالی، برای احساس آرامش، برای خورشید پس از شبای طولانی، برای قرصای اعصاب و بیخوابی، برای مرد میهن آبادی، برای دختری که آرزو داشت پسر بود، برای زن زندگی آزادی، برای آزادی، برای آزادی، برای آزادی.
And now we want to go through all the lines and explain why this song is so important. This song was seen by 40 million people in 2 days in the situation that internet was shut down in Iran. People had to use VPN and accept the risk that this VPN has been created by the government. People, they used the song, they sang the song, and after people sang the song in different dances around the world, they had to release Shervin on bail. And 2 days ago, when it was announced that he has received the Grammy Prize, last night he has been arrested again by Islamic Revolutionary Guard. We are going to read line by line. So it says, برای توی کوچه رقصیدن, for dancing in the streets.
Dancing in public in Iran is illegal.
برای ترسیدن به وقت بوسیدن, for being afraid at the moment of kissing.
Dating in Iran is illegal. If you are unmarried, being seen in public with a significant other is illegal.
برای خواهرم, خواهرت, خواهرامون, for my sister, your sister, our sisters.
Women's rights in Iran are neglected. They are considered half of men.
برای تغییر مغزها که پوسیدن, for changing decayed minds and values.
The current dictators of Iran govern on a centuries-old and outdated theocratic belief system.
برای شرمندگی, برای بیپولی, for embarrassment from poverty.
Because of this crippling economy, due to governmental mismanagement, people are ashamed of not being able to afford basic necessities for their family.
برای حسرت یک زندگی معمولی, for yearning for an ordinary life.
Many people have to work very hard, often with multiple jobs, to afford a simple, affordable life.
برای کودک زباله‌گرد و آرزوهاش. For child laborers and their dreams.
There are many kids in Iran who have to work very hard to support their families. Once, one of these child laborers was asked what his wish for his future was, and he asked what the meaning of the word wish was because he hadn't heard it before. He never had the opportunity to have a wish.
برای این اقتصاد دستوری. For this authoritarian economy.
The government is responsible for this crippling economy. Much of the wealth of the country is in the dictator's hands and is not spent for the people.
برای این هوای آلوده. For this polluted air.
Tehran and many other cities in Iran have some of the world's worst and most polluted atmospheres. The government has made no effort in helping this climate crisis.
برای ولیعصر و درختای فرسوده. For the Valiasr street and its destroyed trees.
Valiasr is a main street in Tehran where the trees, like many other places in Iran, are neglected. Many forests and other areas of wildlife are turned into places for governmental profit, such as offices and apartment buildings.
برای پیروز و احتمال انقراضش. For پیروز anticipated extinction.
Piruz, pictured here, is one of the last living Asiatic cheetahs. There are currently only a dozen of these Asiatic cheetahs left in the world, mostly in Iran. The government does not care for supporting endangered animals such as Piruz and environments on the verge of crisis.
برای سگ‌های بیگناه ممنوعه. For the innocent forbidden dogs.
Walking a dog as a pet, is illegal because it is considered a resemblance of Western culture.
برای گریه‌های بیوقفه. For the endless tears.
Pictured here is a 6-year-old girl at her mother's grave. Her mother, Feresha Ahmadi, was shot and killed while standing in her own house in Kurdistan. She was not even attending a protest.
برای حسرت تکرار این لحظه. For the languish of repeating this moment.
Pictured here is Dr. Esmalion and his daughter. On January 8th, 2020, his wife and daughter were part of the Ukrainian flight PS-752, which was tragically shot down by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, with 2 missiles only 3 minutes after takeoff from Tehran's airport. In total, 176 passengers and crew were killed. Many people, like Dr. Esmalion, yearn desperately to re-experience the memories they experienced with their loved ones.
برای چهره‌ای که میخنده. For the smiling faces.
The couple here are newlyweds Pune and Arash, 25 and 26 years old respectively, who were both graduate students of computer science. They had gone to Iran to celebrate their marriage 3 days before the flight was shot down. They were both killed on this flight.
برای دانش آموزا. برای آینده. For the students, for their future.
Iran has been experiencing extreme brain drain since the revolution. The rate of immigration of college students and graduates has increased 3-fold due to high unemployment rates in Iran and a desire for more freedoms.
برای این بهشت اجباری. For this compulsory heaven.
People are forced to practice compulsorily religion. Islam is a religion forced upon students regardless of their actual practice religion. Women, for example, are forced to wear the hijab and have to obey religious rules such as no dancing and no music.
برای نخبه‌های زندانی. For the imprisoned intellectuals.
Some extremely gifted students are imprisoned for no valid reason or with shallow accusations after sham trials. They are charged with corruption on earth and sentenced to years in prison or death. An example of this are 2 students, Ali Younisi and Amir Hossein Moradi. They are award-winning students at Sharif University and winners of multiple astronomy Olympiads. They were arrested in 2020 and sentenced to 16 years in prison, and they are still in prison.
برای کودکان افغانی. For the Afghan kids.
Afghan children are not allowed to receive an education in Iran. The government wants them to be repatriated and will not continue their refugee status.
برای این همه، برای غیر تکراری. For all these unrepeatable causes. برای این همه شعارهای تو خالی. For all these empty slogans. برای آوار خونه‌های پوشالی. For the ruins of flimsy houses.
The government builds poor quality housing structures. This leads to a collapse of the infrastructure, such as the collapse of the Metropole Tower, pictured here, and the Meh apartments. Because of this, many people are killed and the population is left without shelter.
برای احساس آرامش. For peace of mind. برای خورشید پس از شبای طولانی. For the sun following the longest nights.
Long nights are often used as a symbol of hardship in Persian poetry, whereas fire and sunlight are praised for bringing life and prosperity.
برای قرص‌های اعصاب و بیخوابی. For the sedative and sleeping pills.
Depression and insomnia are common among Iranian people because of the past 44 years of difficulty.
برای مرد میهن آبادی. For man homeland prosperity. برای دختری که آرزو داشت پسر بود. For the girl who wished she was a boy.
Girls in Iran wish to have equal rights and opportunities as men and not to be considered as less than them. For example, women in Iran cannot go into stadiums to watch sports. If they attempt to do so, they are arrested. One example is Sahar Khodoyari, pictured here on the right, who attempted to enter the Azadi Stadium disguised as a man to watch the game. She was arrested and then tortured brutally. After she was sentenced to prison, she went into the street and lit herself on fire in order to avoid the brutal torture she would receive in prison.
برای زن زندگی آزادی. For women life freedom. برای آزادی. برای آزادی. برای آزادی. For freedom.
Thank you.
Thank you, Emma.
Thank you so much for being our listeners. Thank you so much for providing us with this opportunity to be the voice of people in Iran. And I don't want to have all the credibility for having the protest and being the voice of people in Iran. Here, my friend Michael from Women's March Santa Barbara, they have been with us, and World Dance for Humanity, they have been with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next in our program, we have a musical presentation by Kelsey Klein. Kelsey is a singer-songwriter born and raised in Ojai, who began playing the piano as soon as she could sit up and reach the keys on her own. She trained classically for 10 years, began creating original compositions at the age of 12, drawing inspiration from Chopin, Enya, Tori Amos, and Moby, an artist she discovered when I brought her here, to a concert for the album Play right here in Santa Barbara at the Arlington. Throughout her youth, she performed her original music locally in Ventura, Santa Barbara, and Los Angeles. She attended CSUN and graduated cum laude with a BA in Communication Studies, and afterwards lived and worked in Los Angeles, doing hours in the studio, honing her craft, writing and producing music for herself, as well as other artists. While on a extended trip to Europe, Kelsey has had the opportunity to record some new music to be released this year at the legendary residential recording studio La Fabrique in Saint-Rémy-de-Provence, France. She's honored to share a song that's really meaningful to my family, especially to my daughter, Ya'ash, here today. Kelsey?
Thank you so much. I think this is a great song to follow up after that presentation of poetry and that last song. oceans rise and my soul will rest in your embrace, for I am yours and you are mine. Your grace abounds in deepest waters. Your sovereign hand will be my guide. Where feet may fail and fear surrounds me, you've never failed and you won't start now. And I will call upon your name and keep my eyes above the waves. When oceans rise, my soul will rest in your embrace, for I am yours and you are mine. Spirit, lead me where my trust is without borders. Let me walk upon the waters wherever you would call me. Take me deeper than my feet could ever wander, and my faith will be made stronger in the presence of my Savior. Spirit, lead me where my trust is without borders. Let me walk upon the waters wherever you would call me. Take me deeper than my feet could ever wander, and my faith will be made stronger in the presence of my Savior. I will call upon your name and keep my eyes above the waves. My soul will rest in your embrace, for I am yours and you are mine.
Thank you so much, Kelsey. Now I'd like to turn this over to our clerk, Ms. Leah Graham, who will introduce the elected officials that I'm excited to present here today.
Thank you, Chair Williams and members of the board. It is now my pleasure to introduce officials elected in 2022, beginning with County Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Susan Salcido. Santa Barbara County Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Susan Salcido, was elected to lead Santa Barbara County Education Office, who supports 20 school districts, 10 charter schools, and nearly 70,000 students, ages 0 to 22 countywide. Dr. Salcido grew up in Santa Maria. She earned a bachelor's degree in English and a master's degree in education from UC Santa Barbara, and completed her doctorate in organizational leadership in 2018 at the University of Southern California. Dr. Salcido has served in education for 28 years as both a teacher and administrator, and she is an advocate for all children and families and for excellence in teaching and learning. She is proud to be entering her 6th year as our county's superintendent of schools. Susan indicates that she is deeply grateful to work alongside her phenomenal executive leadership team, along with her parents and family, all of whom she dedicates this morning's celebration. And now, the County of Santa Barbara's elected department heads, beginning with Bill Brown, Sheriff Coroner. Sheriff Bill Brown was elected to serve his 5th term as Sheriff Coroner, continuing a law enforcement career that spans 45 years. He states that he is proud to lead an outstanding team of more than 800 full-time, part-time, and volunteer members of the Sheriff's Department. Sheriff Brown is a past president of both the State Sheriffs and Police Chiefs Association, the only person ever elected to both positions. He is currently the vice president of the Mayor County Sheriffs of America and is slated to become the president of that national organization in 2024. Sheriff Brown is the longest serving commissioner in the state's Mental Health Commission, and he leads both Santa Barbara County's versions of Stepping Up and a national framework to reduce the number of mentally ill people in jail, and Project Opioid, an initiative that brings community leaders together to combat opioid overdoses plaguing the nation and our county. Sheriff Brown states that he is blessed to protect and serve the people of our great county. Harry Hagan, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Public Administrator. Harry Hagan is a 58-year resident of Santa Barbara County with 27 years of public finance experience for the county. Harry is a certified public accountant, a certified public finance administrator, a certified public finance officer, a certified fixed income practitioner, a certified government investment professional, and an advanced certified public funds investment manager. He and his wife Julie have 2 daughters, Melissa and Amanda. Harry begins his 4th term as Treasurer, Tax Collector, Public Administrator. Joseph E. Holland, Clerk, Recorder, and Assessor. Joe Holland was elected to the office of Clerk, Recorder, and Assessor in 2022 and was recently re-elected to his 6th term of office. As the County Clerk, Recorder, and Assessor, Mr. Holland oversees a multifaceted department that provides necessary election, recordation, and property assessment services to residents of Santa Barbara County. Educational credentials include a BA in Business Economics and an MA in Economics, both from UCSB. He graduated from UCLA Executive Program at the Anderson School of Business and additionally holds the designation of Certified Public Finance Officer from the nationally recognized Government Finance Officers Association. Mr. Holland currently serves on the board of California Association of Clerk and Election Officials and recently served as president from 2018 to July 2020. His community involvement includes volunteering for the United Way of Santa Barbara County for over 25 years and is currently serving on the board of the Friendship Center. Joe and his wife Kathy are longtime residents of Gaviota, where they raised their 3 children, Scott, Bridget, and Michelle. Betsy Schaefer, Auditor Controller. Betsy Schaefer was originally sworn into her first term as Auditor Controller on January 8, 2019, and is currently serving her 2nd term in an office that fulfills statutory responsibility for the financial accounting, property tax allocations, disbursements, audits, and internal controls of the county. Betsy originally started with the county on August 5, 1991 as an accountant auditor and has held many progressively responsible positions before being elected Auditor Controller. She earned a BS in Business Administration with a concentration in accounting from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Betsy serves as a chair for the Accounting Standards Committee of the State Association of County Auditors and is a certified public accountant and a certified public finance officer. Personally, Betsy lives in Santa Barbara with Peter and cat Moo Moo and loves reading and writing and having adventures in their Sprinter van. Betsy's not available today. That is correct. John Savernock, District Attorney. John was elected District Attorney of Santa Barbara County in June 2022. DA Savernock states that he is dedicated to fulfilling the mission of the District Attorney's Office, which is to pursue truth and justice by employing the highest ethical standards in vigorously prosecuting the guilty, protecting the innocent, and preventing crime. He began his legal career over 30 years ago. Prior to coming to Santa Barbara County, John was a prosecutor for Fresno County District Attorney's Office for 23 years and held leadership roles for nearly half of that time. DA Savernock joined the Santa Barbara County District Attorney's Office in January 2015. He served as Deputy District Attorney, Chief Deputy District Attorney, and Assistant District Attorney. John led the office through several major innovations and initiatives and helped implement positive community programs. He received a Bachelor's of Science and a Master's of Business Administration from Marquis University in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. John attended law school at University of Wisconsin, where he received his Juris Doctorate in 1990. As the district attorney, John states that he will bring his extensive knowledge and experience to this honorable office, working tirelessly to keep the people of Santa Barbara County safe and ensure that we have a fair, effective, and efficient criminal justice system. It is now my pleasure to introduce members of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors elected in 2022. From the 2nd District, Supervisor Laura Capps. Supervisor Laura Capps was born and raised in Goleta and Santa Barbara. She is a proud graduate of our public schools. She indicates that she is passionate about combating poverty and forging a new, more sustainable future. For 6 years, she served as trustee of the Santa Barbara Unified School Board and believes that when we do right by our children, we do right by us all. Supervisor Capps has served in the White House as a speechwriter for President Clinton, a senior aide for Senator Edward Kennedy and Senator John Kerry, and UC Berkeley's Director of Government Affairs. Additionally, she helped lead Golden State Opportunity, an organization focused on expanding the Earned Tax Income Credit, one of the most vital tools to alleviate poverty. In Santa Barbara County, she has worked with No Kid Hungry to help provide more food for kids in need. Laura has also served as president of the Community Environmental Council, chair of the Commission for Women, trustee of UC Berkeley, and on Planned Parenthood's Action Fund Board. Laura has a bachelor's degree from UC Berkeley and a master's degree from London School of Economics. Laura states that her greatest job is being mom to her son, Oscar.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. I've been waiting a few weeks for this day. Chair Williams, thanks so much for this amazing ceremony and for all of you for being here. I was very taken by Supervisor Hartman's comments, as well as you, Chair Williams, about this board and democracy and what it means to be drawn together. I watched as a constituent during COVID as this board rose above other local bodies across the country didn't always do that, and I take great pride and am 1,000% committed to being a team player with each of you, this 5, as well as being a servant of the public. I want to thank, speaking of servants of the public, the 4 former supervisors that I invited today, the women who are here, Janet Wolf, Doreen Farr, Gail Marshall, and Susan Rose. It's fitting that you're kind of off to my shoulder here because in these last few weeks, as I've walked around this building, getting to know things, like Rabbi Brenner, I've been Googling a lot of terms. I feel your presence over my shoulder you're trailblazers, and it's not lost on me that in 2023 it's significant to have 2 women up here. So thank you for being here. I want to thank my team. I just want to take a moment to introduce the stellar team that we have, beginning with Daniela Aguirre, who is in the back there wearing bright pink. She's a superstar. I inherited her from Supervisor Hart as well as Assemblyman Bennett. She started Harris Market. She's on fire, and I would not be surprised if she and Jordan Killebrew were someday sitting up here, should they choose. Jordan Killebrew came from Santa Barbara Foundation. He's in the back filming this dutifully. An activist, many of you know him in different capacities. He started Juneteenth. He was active on the UCSB campus as an alum after the mass shooting. There's no places he can't go, and I'm lucky to have him. And I wanted to thank Chris Henson. I almost called him Supervisor Chris Henson because should he want to, he could have been up here, but he prefers to be behind the scenes, and there is no way to express how lucky I've been to inherit him from such great leaders, such as, beginning with my mom, Lois Capps, as well as Salud Carvajal, as well as Doreen Farr, as well as Greg Hart. And thank you, Chris, for continuing to serve our county. And I want to thank my family here real fast here. It means so much that you're here. You're my center of gravity, my partner, Daniel Lewin, my mom, Lois Capps, my son, who's referenced my favorite job, doesn't feel like a job, and his dad, Bill Burton. It's really meaningful for you to be here for me and to give me all of the strength that I have to do this and all of the other things that I love. Thank you. And I have some friends here today, beginning with our keynote speaker. Josh Friday is one of my very closest friends in life, and you'll hear from him soon. 2 women that I've been in the trenches with in Santa Barbara Unified, and it has been the trenches, Dr. Hilda Maldonado and Kate Ford. Thank you for being here. And my friends Kevin Cathell and Keith Yeager, who have been in different trenches with me in different parts of my life. So thank you so much for being with me today. And because we had to postpone this, it was just such a tangible reminder of what our county does. Our emergency responders are the entities that keep us safe. And that's really what drew me to the county. It's what the purpose of county government is to keep us safe, keep us healthy, and keep us together. And I'm so cognizant of that. Just the fact that our firefighters and our police, some of whom are here today, they've helped us this last storm. 400 calls, 100 rescues, not one injury, not one death, and here we are today. Small matter, but our county fire, 90% of the calls have nothing to do with fire. I was a recipient of that at the beginning of COVID. I was up way high on Tunnel Trail and broke my ankle, stranded. Who came? But county fire. So I am personally grateful and just want to remind us, is if we're sort of dismayed about government or watching the headlines, watching tonight's speech and see the division, we know that here we have this cohesiveness. And centuries and centuries ago, when the human species came up with government, because it's about taking care, as Supervisor Hartman likes to say, the least of these. And we need, especially on our local level, to come together and to recognize that government is akin to community. It's about that connective tissue that keeps our heart beating, that keeps us together. And in emergencies, there's no greater reminder. We do a lot of really good things really well in this county, and I'm looking forward to hearing from you, from voters, from constituents about how to do things better. I have a lot of ideas of my own, and the one that you'll be hearing me speak the most of is poverty. We have a lot to do when it comes to making sure that more of our neighbors are actually thriving, not just surviving, barely surviving, and living in the chaos that poverty creates. We have too high of a rate. We have solutions that we know work, and we have the will, and we have the philanthropy. And I want to do my job from this position now to move the dial in the right direction so that we improve our transportation, our housing, our homelessness, our health, our mental health. Poverty touches on everything, and I know that, and I will fight and work with you and be as creative and determined to make sure that more of our neighbors are living in the peace that we know that they deserve. And I just want to end by giving tribute to my mom, because it's really because of her and my dad that I'm up here and that I get to do this kind of work. I was instilled with the belief, back to the theme of that Chair Williams espoused, that there's far, far more that unites us than could ever divide us. And that was something I was blessed to be born with, to that knowledge, that grace, that peace. And I feel the spirit of my father. It's a poignant day. I feel the spirit of my sister, who passed away on this day many years ago, far too young. And I'm just grateful that my mom is here, and if I can just channel her strength and her resiliency, and to use the word that our speaker spoke, that we remember compassion more than achievements. And I think my mom exemplified that. Thank you to you all.
And last but not least, from the 5th District, Supervisor Steve Lavanino. Supervisor Lavanino was first elected as a supervisor for the 5th District in 2010. He spent the last 3 terms focusing on finding common ground with his colleagues to address complex issues facing the county, all whilst maintaining a balanced budget. Supervisor Lavanino is also the founder and driving force behind the annual Santa Barbara County Veterans Stand Down, which provides a host of services to the men and women who served our country. Steve and his wife, Marion, are Santa Barbara County natives and spend most of their free time with their 8 grandchildren. This year, Steve begins his 4th term as supervisor for the 5th District.
Supervisor
Thank
Lavanino.
you. First, I want to congratulate all of our elected officials. It's been a pleasure working with you. It's an exciting day. You know, we didn't get sworn in, so it was kind of different because we all got sworn in at different times. Mine was probably not as cool as everybody else. I was at the Orchid UPS office. Elections told me that I had to get sworn in by January 2nd, and it was like December 27th, and the office was closed. So I was like, well, where do I go? And they said, well, you just find a notary public. So I was standing in line with people returning their Christmas packages, and I was taking the oath, and somebody was like, what's that line? You know? So hopefully yours was a little cooler than mine. But I also want to give a shout out to Supervisor Wolf and Farr, especially because they were part of the team that I first joined. And, you know, I know I've learned a lot since when I first started, so I thank you for that. You can attest to that. I want to also thank my staff. Corey Bantalon has been here since day one. Yesenia, who gets me where I'm supposed to be most of the time on time, and then Sandy Agalos, who is also our Veterans Stand-Down Coordinator. I also want to thank all of our county employees. You guys do amazing work, and I know that you could all do a better job if you had more budget and more resources, but you're all doing amazing things with less, so I appreciate that. I do want to really congratulate Supervisor Capps. She has an impressive list of things she would like to accomplish, and I believe your experience and pragmatic approach to solving problems will be a tremendous asset to this board and the county as a whole. And I'm hoping that we can recreate the 2008 power team of Lavanino Capps, with Lois and my dad Larry, as they work to deliver $40 million to the city of Santa Maria for the levy, which did an outstanding job this year. Now, people in Guadalupe would like that levy extended so that it goes all the way out to the ocean. But I want to thank my wife, Marion, as well. She's here today, and she's really inspired me over these last few months. After spending 40 years with the same employer, she left a comfortable, safe job for a totally new experience with American Riviera Bank, and she's completely escaped her comfort zone and embraced a new culture, new responsibilities, and it's motivated me to do the same. So big shout out to you. Santa Barbara County is also in a period of transition. we are on the verge of a number of key retirements. So many of our talented leaders are going to be leaving here soon with decades of experience and a wealth of institutional knowledge, creating a leadership void that I'm looking at as an opportunity to watch as new leaders emerge to guide us through this next decade. And I'm just so grateful that I've been able to serve with our CEO, Mona Miyasato, the epitome of a true leader. Your combination of grace and strength under pressure should be the yardstick against which other leaders are measured. I'm excited to be a part of this board. This board, we always talk about how we all get along. We do have one common enemy, and that is status quo. And so we're trying to be up here and tackle society's biggest issues. We come together every Tuesday to figure out how to end homelessness, the mental health crisis that's out there, the housing crisis, child care crisis. But I'm confident that we have the team to do it, and I'm ready to get to work. So looking forward to another 4 years, which will be my last, by the way.
Thank you, Steve. So it's now my pleasure to introduce Josh Friday. Josh Friday serves as California's Chief Service Officer within the Office of Governor Gavin Newsom to lead service, volunteer, and civic engagement efforts throughout California. As a member of the governor's cabinet, Friday leads California Volunteers. He led the COVID-19 task force to support food insecure communities and food banks across the state. Since appointed, California Volunteers has launched the nation's first statewide climate action corps, Californians for All volunteer initiative, a statewide neighbor-to-neighbor campaign, the Californians for All College Corps to help thousands of Californians who commit to serving for a year pay for college, and the Californians for All Youth Jobs Corps, a program to employ underserved youth across the state in critical issue areas. Friday is the former mayor of Novato, his hometown. He also served as president of Golden State Opportunity, leading the expansion and implementation of the California Earned Income Tax Credit. Prior to that organization, he served as the chief operating officer for Next Gen Climate, a leading national organization focused on climate change, which is what I know him from. Friday served in the military as an officer in the United States Navy, as a member of the Judge Advocate General Corps. Friday received his law degree from UC Berkeley School of Law. Welcome, Josh Friday.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair Williams. I asked a friend who's a supervisor in another county if he had any advice for today, and he told me to introduce myself by saying, my name is Josh, I'm here from the governor's office, and I'm here to stay out of your way. So here I am. It's really an honor to be here, so thank you, Chair Williams, for this invitation to be part of this really special day. And it is a special day. Even though you all have been officially installed before at post offices and other places around the county, today's a day to, as you mentioned, Chair Williams, to celebrate our democracy, to celebrate this community coming together. It's also a day of reflection. It's a day to reflect upon the legacy that many of you public and servants have inherited from other elected officials and public servants. Many of those we've celebrated already, including the incredible legacy of former Congressman Lois Capps. It's the opportunity to reflect upon the legacy given to you as public servants by the community, which is especially rich in a place that is known as the birthplace of the modern environmental movement here in Santa Barbara. It's also a special time to reflect, of course, on what your legacy is going to be, what legacy you want to create for your kids, for your grandkids, and for future generations. And that question, the question of what legacy do you want to create, that's especially complex and challenging as we live through an existential crisis that threatens our entire way of life. And we know that you're living that now here in Santa Barbara. The governor's office sort of thinks about this in a couple ways when we think about the climate crisis. One, it's here. We're living it. Everyone in this community knows that. You're experiencing it. Record drought, huge wildfires, biblical flooding, mudslides. People are being affected now by climate. The second thing we believe that is that in addition, though, to all the policy work that needs to happen, which much of it's happening at the state level, a lot of it's being led by you all here at the county, we are not powerless in this fight. We are not powerless when it comes to climate change. There is something that literally everyone can do to be part of the solution, which is why Governor Newsom and our office a couple years ago created the country's first ever Climate Action Corps, a statewide initiative to empower all Californians to take action and to send the message from leadership all the way down that we are not powerless. We can protect our communities. We can protect our kids and our grandkids and future generations. And we've done that by creating everything from a fellowship where we've had literally hundreds of people across the state sign up to serve for a year, where they receive a stipend and a scholarship for college, to organize and mobilize climate action in their communities. We've had literally tens of thousands of volunteers, many of them probably here in Santa Barbara, step up to take climate action, to do real things that are going to help mitigate this disaster, but also protect our communities. And we've seen that this model of how do we empower people to take climate action has already started to spread, where now several other states have also created their own climate corps. We also know that when it comes to recovery and response from natural disasters, we know from research about natural disasters, not just here in the United States, but across the world, that an indicator of how well a community is able to respond to a disaster is often how well do neighbors know each other? How connected are neighbors to each other? And it's somewhat intuitive, right? The research shows that often, in addition to the heroic efforts of our first responders in natural disasters, you are often more likely to be saved or helped by your neighbor, which again is somewhat intuitive. When there's a fire, who's knocking on your door and pulling you out of bed? It's your neighbor. When your power goes out and you need help or you need to find food or water, who's more likely to help you first? Your neighbor. We also know that communities, regardless of wealth or resources, that are more connected recover faster. It turns out that the greatest currency in disaster recovery is actually relationships. It's the relationships that are formed by the trust that you have with your neighbor. When you know them, when you trust each other, you help each other. It's the trust that you talked about, Chair Williams, today, that we need to create in this society. And the question is, how do we, though, create that trust? If we're all going to need to work together to get through these big problems, to solve and protect our communities in a big way, how do we build that trust? How do we create that social cohesion, Supervisor Capps, that you talked about? And how do we do that for all of society? Governor Newsom and I believe that it's through the power of service that we can do this. It's my experience in the military, where I was stationed in Japan, and it was the weekend before I was about to call my family and friends to let them know that my wife was pregnant with our first child. Very excited to do that. And my captain brought me in her office, and she said, "You have 3 hours to be down to Okinawa to fly out to the ship that was overseeing what would become the largest humanitarian aid and disaster relief effort after the earthquake, tsunami, and Fukushima nuclear disaster." My wife was evacuated. Our kid glows in the dark, but everything else is fine, I promise you. But it was through that experience of having to work with people from very different backgrounds, very different perspectives, people that didn't look like me, they didn't think like me, I guarantee you they didn't vote like me, that you get to see the power of service to bring people together and do what you were doing here on this board, which is accomplishing great things. It's what I saw in the military. It's what Governor Newsom saw here in Santa Barbara when he joined volunteers who didn't know each other but came together to fill sandbags during the flooding a few weeks ago here. And it's what you see, Chair Williams, when this board comes together. to solve problems and do great things. So the question, though, for us becomes, we know the power of service. How do we create that for everyone? So here in California, we've launched programs like a College Corps, where now we are providing here in California debt-free pathways to over 3,000 students at nearly 50 campuses across the state for those students who dedicate a year of their life to serve. Simple idea. It's like I call it the California GI Bill. You serve your community, we help you pay for college. So for those students who serve for an academic year, they receive $10,000 towards their education. And it's a win-win-win. It's a win for the young people who get the experience of not just working in the community and professional skills, but they get to graduate with less debt, and they get to meet their mentors that will help them from the rest of their life. Just like I got to meet one of my first mentors in college who's helped me, Supervisor Caps, through everything. It's a win for the community where these young people are doing really meaningful work. They're supporting our food banks. They're tutoring and mentoring in our schools. They're taking climate action all throughout the state. And it's a win for society when we graduate now, a generation of Californians who have both the experience and the tools to be equipped to solve problems with people that think differently than them, look differently than them, and come from different places than them. We've launched programs like the Youth Jobs Corps, which is now employing thousands of low-income youth across the state of California, formerly incarcerated, formerly transitioning foster youth, low-income youth who have been through the substance abuse system, giving them a chance to serve in their community so they can understand not just how to have a job that pays well, but their own value, what they can contribute to society. We've also expanded AmeriCorps. We have several dozen AmeriCorps members here in Santa Barbara. We're very proud of the work that they're doing around homelessness for vets, around education, around disaster recovery. So when we take all of these programs that we've launched over the last several years with Governor Newsom's leadership, in California now, and you should all be very proud of this, we are bigger than the Peace Corps. That's exciting. That's scale. That's teaching a whole new generation what it means to serve and come together. But the question is, and the challenge is, we need to go farther. We believe that to actually tackle these challenges that we've been talking about, many of the major crises that you mentioned, Supervisor, that you all are grappling with every day, we actually have to mobilize what we think is our greatest asset, which is the 440,000 people that live here in Santa Barbara County and the 40 million people that call California home. Governor and I believe that if we can mobilize at this scale, we can actually solve our biggest challenges, whether it's climate, whether it's disaster, poverty, homelessness. And don't take our word for it. We heard today, we were reminded that it's what Jethro told to Moses. Delegate so you can lead. And so if you think about what today is about as public servants and how you feel today, the pride that you have from serving, the empowerment that it gives you, the joy and happiness of helping other people, the confidence that you feel knowing that your community entrusts you, believes in you, values you, the smiles on your family's faces and the pride that they have seeing you serve, and the belief and the faith that you can make tomorrow better for not just your kids, but your neighbors' kids and future generations. Think about that feeling. And then here's our challenge. How do we make everyone in California have that feeling? How do we give everyone in Santa Barbara that chance? Martin Luther King once said, everybody can be great because anybody can serve. We need to give everybody the chance to be great. Everyone the chance to serve. At a time of growing mental health crises, anxiety, social isolation, from teenagers to our seniors, we have to give people the chance to be great. That is our opportunity. That is our challenge. That's what we're excited to work with you all on. So I offer this. Let's make Santa Barbara the first county that creates a countywide climate action corps. Let's have Santa Barbara join our statewide neighbor to neighbor effort to connect neighbors and communities, to empower neighbors to work together. Let's call on everyone in Santa Barbara County to step up and serve each other, help each other, connect with each other. Because if we do that, then like Moses, who brought his people to Sinai, you will leave an incredibly powerful legacy. And that's the partnership that Governor Newsom and I are excited to work with you on. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you for letting me be here. And most importantly, thank you for your service.
Thank you. And thank the governor for pushing for that disaster declaration. That was key. Thank you. I would like now to take a short recess for a reception next door in the Board of Supervisors conference room. All are invited. Please, we want to celebrate our elected officials elected in 2022 over next door. We will reconvene at 12:30. We are reconvening the meeting of February 7th. The next item of business is the approval of minutes from the January 24th, 2023 meeting.
Move approval?
Second.
Motion by Hartman, second by Nelson. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? CEO's report.
Good afternoon, Chair Williams and board members. I have a brief report. This is regarding the local emergency that we have for the storms. Recovery centers are now assisting storm survivors across the county. Disaster resource centers, are also known as local assistance centers, have opened their doors Saturday, January 28th in both North and South County. The centers are a one-stop shop where disaster survivors can get information and advice about community, state, and federal resources for assistance. Spanish, ASL, and Mixteco interpreter services are available at the centers. Both locations are open 7 days a week from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. The North County Center is at Allen Hancock College, and the South County Center is at Direct Relief. And for an update on the 2023 storms recovery, this morning we have Kelly Hubbard, the Director of the Office of Emergency Management, with us. Ms. Hubbard.
Thank you, Chair and Supervisors. Couple updates just to share with you and the community. The county has been approved for all categories of the Stafford Act concept, so reimbursement of costs and recovery and repair of critical infrastructure within our community. And so that's permanent work to repair those roads and other damages to government infrastructure. And so we'll continue to work through that with our local partners, including our cities, school districts, and other community organizations. I wanted to point out a few stats for you on the community that's come forward to FEMA for assistance. So at those disaster recovery centers that the CEO just mentioned, at the North Center we had 396 guests as of 2 days ago, and at the South Center we had 107 guests as of 2 days ago. In total, and some of those are repeat visitors, people who are coming back with complex problems and asking and looking for more direction and support. In total, with FEMA, we have over 1,000 registrants in our county for FEMA assistance. To date, 1.2 million has been approved for those residents. I do believe that's low compared to the number of applicants, and that will continue to rise. That assistance includes some fiscal assistance for rebuilding, repairing properties, including private roads, and some fiscal assistance for things like rental assistance if they're having to pay for a rental property while they're repairing or out of their normal rental property. Couple things that we added to the Ready SBC website, readysbc.org, that I wanted to point out that might be beneficial to the community. We added a link for Los Padres National Forest, and I point this out because we do get a lot of community questions about what's happening with the forest and repair of those roads, trails, and other areas. And so that link is directly. Their website is a little long, lots of letters, so I didn't want to try to read that out loud and have someone miss that. But if you just go to readysbc.org, it's easier to find their link through that. The other one that we posted there is understanding your FEMA letter. A lot of people are getting letters that talk about being denied. And unfortunately, again, I mentioned this before, often that's not a denial. It's that FEMA is looking for additional information, documentation, or possibly referring that community member over to another program with a different federal or state agency. So there's a kind of a fact sheet that we've posted, and hopefully that can help residents understand those letters that they're receiving. Another update would be 805 and DocuFund. 805 and DocuFund came forth after the Thomas and 19 debris flow, and they are providing support to residents, undocumented residents who are impacted by the storms. Residents can go to 805anddocufund.org to register and apply for that assistance. It is a verification process where they are verifying damages and looking to see if there's impacts to those community members. Two concepts of dates that I want the community and the board to be aware of. One is expedited unemployment assistance due to the disaster. There is a deadline for this, and so the deadline for expedited unemployment assistance is to register by February 22nd. And so it's important that our community members know that if their job was impacted by the storms, that they should register by February 22nd to receive those support services or that expedited service. And they can go to edd.ca.gov for that. The other concept is that Direct Relief, the Disaster Recovery Center that is at Direct Relief, apologies, a lot of DRs there. It will be closed for a few days later this week. It will be closed Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. There was a different event being held there those dates, and it will reopen again on Saturday. So it is open today. It will be closed tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday at Direct Relief, reopening Saturday at 10 a.m. Residents can go to the North County site if they choose to instead, if they need assistance on those days. And they can also go to the FEMA website or our website for additional information in that regard. And that is the conclusion of my report, unless there's any other questions.
Is there any questions from the board? Supervisor Hartman.
Just a big thank you. I know that this has been a really ongoing demands on our EOC, and I think you've done a tremendous job with my constituents, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you. The staff are working very hard.
Question?
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. I'm just curious if there's going to be, if I know it's still really early in the process, but are we going to get to a point, maybe this is for CEO Miyasato, where we have discussions about, what our strategy is going to be with like extension of the levee into Guadalupe, or questions that I'm sure Supervisor Nelson has about Orchid. Just kind of curious. I know we're super early, but do we have something planned for that?
Supervisor Lavanina, through the chair, we have a recovery group that meets with staff, and we can certainly schedule a board update or discussion of what the recovery activities are. And as you'll see later in the agenda of the Thomas Fire, we did a whole recovery plan that went to the board, so we would do the same.
And actually, if I could, Chair, add one more point, that I want to point out that I know some of the individuals are getting denials or having problems with the FEMA process. And the OEM staff and the staff from the CEO's office who have been helping with the DRCs, we'd like to know or hear about some of those issues through the Board of Supervisors. So if you know of specific concerns, especially repetitive or some maybe trends in what you're hearing, we like to know so that we can address that on a whole basis with FEMA. They've been very responsive when we've brought issues or concerns to them and helping us to troubleshoot those. Additionally, I should point out that FEMA has a legal aid group, and that's up on our website, and there's information at the DRC. Interestingly enough, the FEMA legal aid group will help you with your denial with FEMA. So they'll help you fight your case with FEMA. So just a consideration that if someone's truly struggling, that option is available. They'll also help if you're having problems with a tenant-landlord issue or something of that nature associated with the storm. But I just wanted to let you know that we're trying to track issues and follow up on those with FEMA, and they've been very responsive. So.
And there is one question that I would have, and you don't have to answer it today, but I'm expecting that several of us will have some constituents in this category. People have had damage to a non-legal residence or a outbuilding, an unpermitted ADU, something like that. What I'm hearing is rejections based on it not being a primary residence or garage. Say it's an unpermitted ADU or a shed or something like that. Is that definitely outside the realms of what FEMA pays for, or should we be advising them to fight it? Or
So, Chair and Supervisors, I think there's two components. If they're the homeowner that's having an issue, FEMA is pretty strong on the concept that if it is a structure, it should be a structure that is a living or a dwelling unit that is the homeowner's. If it is a renter who was in one of those units, the renter should not be denied service because it was an unpermitted unit, but they might need assistance in verifying that it was their permanent living situation. So for instance, with Rancho Oso, we've gone through and we've supported that community that their trailers were their permanent living situations. And so if that kind of support is needed, that would be something that we can help follow up on.
thank you. Any other questions, comments? Thank you so much for being here.
Absolutely.
Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or changes to the agenda today?
Chair Williams and members of the board, I do have a few quick announcements this morning. A memo was received February 6th requesting that administrative item 22 be continued to February 14th, 2023. This request can be added to the balance of the administrative agenda. We posted an addendum to today's agenda on Friday, February 3rd, amending the administrative agenda. The administrative agenda was amended to reflect the addition of language for item 21. The updates include the following: adding acting as the Board of Supervisors and Board of Directors, adding transportation projects to recommended action A, adding acting as the Board of Directors, Flood Control and Water Conservation District before recommended action D, and finally the addition of acting as Board of Supervisors and recommended action E, which reads, find that the proposed actions are statutorily exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to state CEQA guidelines section 15269D as an emergency project undertaken, carried out, or approved by a public agency to maintain, repair, or restore an existing highway damaged by fire, flood, storm, earthquake, land subsidence, gradual earth movement, or landslide, initiated within 1 year of the damage occurring, and direct the staff to file a notice of exemption with the clerk of the board on that basis. This request can also be added to the balance of the administrative agenda. For the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or on an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment virtually may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you are using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at 805-568-2240. That concludes my announcements for today.
Thank you. I have a number of items pulled from the public. A3, A20, A22, A25, A29, A20, A31, and A32. Is there any other items that we? Yeah, there's not a whole lot left. So, because we traditionally do resolutions here first, and there's a lot of people waiting for for the two resolutions we have. So we'll take A31 and then A32.
Excuse me, Chair Williams and members of the board, we can take those earlier pulled items before that as well, beginning with administrative item 3.
Let's do 31 and 32 first.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 31 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Ray A. Munoz upon his retirement from the Sheriff's Office after over 38 years of faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County. Joining us here in person, we have Ray Munoz. If you will please join us at the podium, I will now read the resolution into the record. Whereas Ray Munoz will be retiring from county service on Saturday, February 4th, 2023, having faithfully served the Sheriff's Office for over 38 years, during which he served as a utility worker assigned to the Custody Operations Division for 3 years and then Special Services. And whereas Ray Munoz started his career with the Santa Barbara County on October 22nd, 1984, as a utility worker at the Sheriff's Office. During his 38 years of service, he has coordinated and managed the maintenance of the vehicle fleet, inmate car wash crews, parcel and mail deliveries, supply inventory and delivery. And whereas Ray Munoz, throughout his career, provided the employees of the Sheriff's Office positive and professional logistic support to daily and major operations, and was recognized as the County Employee of the Month in January 2012. Whereas Ray Munoz provided the citizens of Santa Barbara County extraordinarily professionalism and sensitive law enforcement service while dedicating his life to the pursuit of justice. And whereas Ray Munoz's knowledge, skills, and experience contributed greatly to the overall professionalism and the goals of the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office, as well as the objectives of the county. Now therefore be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors recommends Ray for his faithful and distinguished service to the citizens of Santa Barbara County, congratulates him upon his retirement, and wishes him and his wife Vicky continued good health and many years of happiness. Passed and adopted today.
Employees I've ever had the chance to work with. He is really somebody who's respected and admired throughout our organization. He'd often be the first person that I would see when I come into work every morning for about the last 16 years. And never once did I see this guy in a bad mood, other than when a law enforcement officer had been killed. And he is the epitome of the word service, which we're proud to have as one of our 5 core values in our organization. He has done tremendous work during his 38 years, coordinating and managing our vehicle fleet, organizing inmate car washes for our fleet of vehicles. He's overseen parcel and mail deliveries throughout the organization, overseeing supply and an inventory of everything from toilet paper to ammunition and everything in between, acting sort of as one of our quartermasters in the organization. He's an avid Lakers fan, an avid Dodgers fan. If you'll turn around there, you'll see the Tommy Bahama shirt. But most of all, he is known as being, got to be one of the region's foremost, absolutely massive Coca-Cola collectibles collector. He has more Coca-Cola memorabilia than I think they have in Atlanta, Georgia at their museum. And it's an amazing to be seen. But he's retiring after 38 years, going to be spending more time with his wife, Vicky, and their children, their grandchildren. And his daughter Paula was going to try to make it here, but I don't think she's been able to get here. But Paula is also somebody that is an entrepreneurial businesswoman. She's developed a salsa business that is just unbelievably good. If you ever get a chance to see or taste her salsa, it is amazing. And he probably just happens to have cards here, but Ray's gonna help her expand that business as well. But I just want to say, Ray, on behalf of all of us at the Sheriff's Office and everybody here in the organization, thank you for an incredible record, incredible dedication, but most of all, just for being that guy that had a smile on his face and would lift people up every day when we saw you. So congratulations, my friend. You have done a wonderful job.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. 38 years. Where does time go when you're having fun? Man, I can't believe this. I had a great time with the Sheriff Department. It's an awesome team. You know, you can't beat it. I'm so honored to be here today. Gonna miss my co-workers big time. Great team. Great sheriff team. The best department in the county is the Sheriff Department. And I took care of Bill for a while. I'm gonna miss all that. I'm gonna miss all my buddies at work, but you know, that's part of life. I got a new adventure now. I've got to help my daughter out with her salsa and try it out. It's at Tri-County Produce. They got 8 different flavors, so, and I'm gonna miss all the county employees. I'll come here every day, Monday through Friday, once a day. I'm gonna miss all the people here too. You know, Treasurer's Office, DAs, accountability, plus, you know, accounts. everything. It's going to miss all these good people here in the county. I appreciate it. I appreciate all you guys. It was great. It was great working here. I'm going to miss all you guys. Thanks a lot. Have a great day. Keep on smiling.
8:32.
Supervisor Williams and members of the board, Administrative Item 32 is sponsored by Supervisor Capps and Supervisor Nelson. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming the month of February 2023 as Black History Month in Santa Barbara County. Joining us in person, we have Wendy Sims and Daryl McNeil. If you will please join us at the podium, we have the pleasure of Supervisor Capps and Supervisor Nelson, who will read the resolution into the record.
All right. Whereas the 2023 Santa Barbara County theme is Black Resistance, and
Whereas when Carter G. Woodson established Negro History Week in 1926, he realized the importance of providing a theme to focus the attention of the public. The intention has never been to dictate or limit the exploration of the Black experience, but to bring the public's attention to important developments that merit emphasis. And
whereas the 2023 theme reflects changes in how people a part of the African diaspora in the United States and the Santa Barbara County in particular have viewed themselves, the influences of social movements on racial ideologies and the aspirations of the Black community, and
whereas historically and today in the 21st century, Black people have worked to seek their rightful space in the country through legislative or judicial action to deal with controversial issues, which has often come late. The historic Executive Orders 8802 and 9346 were responses to the A. Philip Randolph and the All-Black March on Washington movement's threat to lead a 50,000-strong Black workers' march into the Capitol. And the Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act, and the Fair Housing Act were concessions to the civil rights and Black power movements. And
whereas every advance, improvements in our quality of life, and access to the levers of power to determine our destiny has been achieved through struggle. John Lewis advised, "Do not get lost in the sea of despair. Be hopeful, be optimistic. Our struggle is not the struggle of a day, a week, a month, or a year. It is the struggle of a lifetime. Never, ever be afraid to make some noise and get in good trouble, necessary trouble." And
whereas as societal and political forces escalate to limit access and to exercise of the ballot, eliminate the teaching of Black history, and work to push us back into the 1890s, we can only rely on our capacity to resist. The enactment of H.R. 40, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, the Breathe Act, and the closure of the racial wealth gap is not the end. They too will require us to mobilize our resources, human and material, and fight for, quote, freedom, justice, and equality, quote, self-determination, and/or social transformation. And
whereas Black history is not just about the struggles of Black families have been through, but rather it is the time of rejoicing, celebrating the accomplishments, integrity, leadership, and determination, and showing true character. We honor history and celebrate the progress that we've made. We are resilient and resolute in creating new opportunities for future generations.
now therefore be it, and here is hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors declares February 2023 as Black History Month and calls on all residents to acknowledge and celebrate with appropriate ceremonies and activities.
Passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County, State of California, this 7th day of February 2023 by unanimous vote of all members present.
Hello,
Mr.
everyone.
Killebrew.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, I'm not Miss Wendy, and I'm not Daryl, so you're stuck with me. They unfortunately could not make it. But hi, I will put on my hat of co-founder of Juneteenth Santa Barbara and stand here before you, and thank you. Thank you so much for acknowledging Black History Month in the county of Santa Barbara. Juneteenth Santa Barbara is fortunate to bring all of our Black community together to help coordinate and use our organization as a platform to share all the events that are happening. So for folks that are interested in looking at all of our events, it's at juneteenthsb.org. And with that, I just want to say thank you again, and we'll go from there.
All right.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge this resolution. Thank you, Supervisor Nelson, for co-sponsoring it with me, and for those that helped put it together, including Mr. Killebrew. And it's important, the resolution read these words of dating back to the 1890s and important historic and legislation and marches and the progress that we have made and the significant points in history. But I appreciate Mr. Killebrew's point about what we're doing here. It's just Juneteenth, Santa Barbara, of which he was a founder. And there's also Santa Barbara Black Culture House, which Daryl and Sally McNeil, they hold events every weekend at 1 o'clock at Soul Bites. So there's so much going on in this community, in this thriving Black community here locally. And I encourage those of you who are watching to get involved and to learn more, to expand your own horizons and recognize the contributions of the Black community here in Santa Barbara County. Thank you.
I'm just going to take the opportunity because, no Black History Month will go by without me recommending learning more history. I had the opportunity in the last couple months to be reading W.E.B. Du Bois' History of Reconstruction. And if you ever want to read something that really very much departs from the narrative of what you've been told about the 19th century, but is incredibly salient and includes really an analysis, not just history of like moving through a narrative. What does this mean, right? What's the meaning behind the things that have happened in America? And it's it's a dark, but it is also has elements of great hope. So I wanted to recommend that because one of the greatest leaders of our Black history gave us a truth that that people still yet haven't really understood, that the seeds of 100 years of white supremacy lied in really the lack of courage of people in the North to finish the job of Reconstruction.
Chair Williams, can I hop in here too?
Yes, super.
All right.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. I just want to thank Supervisor Capps for inviting me to co-sponsor this with her. I think it's a symbolic, right? That this issue isn't geographic, it's not partisan. This is about our community and all the different pieces of that. And so we're here today to celebrate that. And so just want to make a little plug that there's going to be quite a few events over the next month in northern Santa Barbara County. Lawanda Lyons Pruitt's put on quite a few events that I will be attending, and other elected officials in the North County to celebrate this month and learn a little bit more about our neighbors. So thank you for being here, Jordan, and thank you, Supervisor Capps, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. We have several more items to go through, as there are many items pulled by the public, but I will just close public comment at this time and take up A3.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we do have one public comment for administrative item 32.
Oh, yes.
If you don't mind.
Absolutely.
We have Catherine Henry via Zoom.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Catherine Henry, and I am here speaking on behalf of Planned Parenthood California Central Coast, just really supporting that you all pass this resolution. Our mission at PPCCC is to improve our community's sexual and reproductive health outcomes through health education and advocacy. And advancing this mission locally wouldn't be possible without the work of Black women-led organizations in the reproductive justice movement and the way they continue to show up for their communities. They have always fought to expand access to care and advance racial, gender, and abortion justice. Black History Month, as you all mentioned, is a time to celebrate this work and the people who do it. And this resolution to celebrate Black History Month this February does just that. However, I do want to point out, while this resolution is a good start, we can't stop here. Throughout this month and beyond, we need to continue to support the Black community in Santa Barbara County and fight systemic injustices that lead to worsened health outcomes for Black people and for Black women in particular. Black maternal health outcomes remain a public health crisis. The maternal mortality rate for Black women is more than 3 times higher than that of white women. and Black women are more than twice as likely to experience severe complications during childbirth. Again, this is a public health crisis, and we need to continue to acknowledge this throughout the year. When Black women thrive, we all thrive, and we must continue to fight for this year round, not just during Black History Month. So thank you again for passing this resolution. I just wanted to add that in there as well. Thank you.
Thank you. A3.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 3 is from the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding the appointment of the City of Buellton and City of Solvang representatives to the County Library Advisory Committee.
And is there public comment?
We have E-Planet Thunderstriker here in Santa Barbara.
Hello, thank you, Council. I'm E-Planet Thunderstriker. I wanted to comment on this because of my interaction with Elizabeth Arona while I was in Solvang, and because it's related to the library. I filed some papers while I was in Solvang, maybe about 25. One of those had an instance where I'm being hacked. The IT person sees that my location is a red question mark. Other people were witness that previously it started out as a City of Santa Barbara and it deteriorated to nothing. While I was in Solvang, I made several presentations, public comments to the people up there, the council. And I did give her personally a piece of paper that had an allegation of a murder against my mother. And I also talked about how the Black Lives Matter movement was related to a post, Black Nationalism, Power Rising. Power Rising is a Black female empowerment group that Kamala Harris approved of. So when I was in City Hall, I made a submission to the Sister Cities Board there to try to get out of America because I'm dealing with being blacklisted. I'm dealing with a reverse Baryshnikov thing. It just is disconcerting, and I just feel like maybe I'm dealing with some political chess maneuvering here possibly, that I had this intercourse, this discourse with her, and gave her that paperwork, that interaction, and I'm still dealing with the kind of things that I'm dealing with on a day-to-day basis, where I just recently was not barred from the admin building here between the middle of November until just a couple weeks ago. So I guess that it's good because this is somebody that has seen me, that knows that I can present myself reasonably well articulately, and knows that maybe I'm dealing with more corruption than I should be. But of course, it's also concerning that I'm still trying to resolve this, and this person does know. But thank you for the time.
Thank you. A20.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 20 is from the Public Works Department, Board of Directors, Water Agency. It is to consider recommendations regarding a resolution approving participation in the desalination executable solution and logistics plan with the San Luis Obispo County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. And for public comment, we have E-Planet Thunderstriker.
Hi, thank you again. While I was also in Solvang, I spoke about a desalination plant. There was a marathon session in Monterey. I don't know if that's related or not. My comments were in July. But I saw in here that there was a coordination between a couple different agencies. And I was thinking, well, maybe if we could have some desalination plants at various places in the state. And we could do something similar to the CAP, the Central Arizona Project, back in the 90s. And maybe we could get some water there, you know, maybe through just a ditch or whatever, I don't know. And it could be used to fill up our lakes or reservoirs or whatever. And maybe we could have like a pumping station to lift it up a few feet high enough, you know, in order for gravity to get the water there. And it seems to me like all our lakes and rivers could be filled up within the next year.
Thank you. And I also just had a question, comment about this. You know, just one of the things as you're examining this possibility with San Luis Obispo County is that I hope that multiple strategies and technologies are being examined, because typically the two issues that are identified with desal that is problematic is one is the brine, the other is the energy. I'm not an expert on brine, but I do know something about energy. There are emerging technologies right now being tested out at Vandenberg on sort of desal units that are deployed at sea, that are, that need less energy because they are deployed at sea. Of course, also a plant just simply that stops before 4 p.m. would have a significantly less impact, since most of our dirty energy is being produced 4 through 9 p.m. I just highlight this because the city of Santa Barbara's load for city operations got twice as dirty the minute the desal facility was turned on, and I want to make sure that we either make sure that there is an energy source for something that we're involved in, or that we make other strategies to mitigate its energy impact. You can respond if you want to, or you can respond later. It's whatever you wish.
Chair Williams, members of the board, thank you. Yeah, the plan is in very early days. San Luis Obispo County is soliciting information from a number of stakeholders, and I know energy intensity is something they're concerned with and will be looking into. There are no current conceptions of what the project where the project will be sited, how big it will be, or what will provide energy. So all of these things will be considered as the project moves forward, but your notes are well taken, and we'll pass those on to our partners in SLO.
Thank you. Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. I was going to pull this item as well just because I wanted to highlight it. I mean, it's an exciting opportunity, as we look at our water portfolio and be able to handle the droughts that are in our region. We're going to need to make sure that we have all of the opportunities at our disposal, whether that's state water, that's groundwater, that is recycled water, and conservation. And then one of the other pieces here, of course, is desal. We're right next to one of the largest bodies of water in the world, and so trying to work through that would be, I think, greatly beneficial to our region. So could you just expand a little bit more on what this is and what this kicks off in the relationship with SLO County? And I don't think we're committing ourselves to anything at this point, but it's beginning a conversation with this memorandum of understanding with SLO County.
Yeah, so, excuse me. So SLO County has made desal a priority for their staff, and so what they're doing right now is kicking off a 4-phase project. This is just the very first phase, and like I mentioned, they're gathering information. They're looking to see who might want to take this water and provide it to water users. They're looking at potential sites, and looking at how energy might be provided for it. After they get past this initial planning phase, which they're not asking for financial contributions from partners, so that's why we are participating here. We're just raising our hand and saying, yes, consider providing water to Santa Barbara County through this project, and we're interested in potentially partnering with you in the future. Once we get through this first phase, they'll get to a more detailed siting study, and then following that, they would look at designing the plant itself in a particular location, providing water to particular purveyors down the road. And so there are multiple off-ramps if we decide this is not a good idea for the county, and multiple opportunities to keep participating if we do.
Thank you, Mr. Young. And I think it's important to note that, we're downstream, if you will, on the State Water Project from the County San Luis Obispo. So us being a regional partner and having that conveyance there is a really important piece of this, so that if that water does get created, that it also gives the opportunity to be able to trade water with other jurisdictions that might need water, and especially in times of drought. So I think this could be a really important part of our Central Coast portfolio, and so I'm excited to see it move forward. Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman?
Yes, I just noticed, I think in the write-up you were mentioning that groundwater, the study that we did, and the recycled water, and I just wanted to draw attention to SLO, a leader, at least on the Central Coast, in recycled water, their Central Coast Project Blue. So while you're interacting with people on desal, I hope you'll interact with people there, because they've got an amazing plan, and they're pulling down a lot of money, and I think that that's also a promising technology, and we're starting to look at it here. And thank you for your help on that.
Chair Williams, Supervisor Hartman, agreed. And as you know, we have kicked off our indirect potable reuse study here in our county, countywide. And so we don't look at any one technology as a silver bullet. We're looking at every possible option as to expand our portfolio.
Thank you so much, Mr. Young. We do have a request for, was that the only public comment on this item, Mr. Thunderstriker?
Yes, that was the only public comment for this item.
Then we have a request for a separate vote on A13, but we can, is there any discussion on A13, or do we have to read it because we have a separate vote? We have to read it because it's separate.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 13 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendation regarding the circumstances of the existing state of emergency.
Move staff recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
4-1. Thank you. A22. And I will say that this is requesting to be pulled from today, so
Chair Williams and members of the board, this item is requesting to be continued.
so because it's continued, again, what we will do is we will take public comment, but this public comment is only on the issue of the continuance. It's not supposed to be on other issues. But do you still need to read it? Yes.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 22 is from the Public Works Department, Board of Directors, Flood Control, and Water Conservation District. It is to consider recommendations regarding Village Square subdivision, TR 14608. This project is located within the 4th District. And for our first public comment, we have Eileen Baltazar.
And Mr. Chair, members of the board, I just wanted to clarify whether this was a continuance to the 14th or to the 28th.
The continuance looks to be to the 14th. The continuance request that I have in front of me, is that correct? Public Works?
Chair Williams, the memo I have shows continue till the 28th.
To the 28th?
Yeah.
Okay. And whichever motion we make is we can do, but we just need to be specific about it. So the request from the Public Works Department is to continuance to the 28th.
Our first public commenter, Eileen Belzahar. Do we have Seth Steiner? Let's move on to Kate Nieswender.
We'll save comment until we get back on calendar on the 28th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we do not have any other requests to speak.
Mr. Nelson.
Yes, thank you. I just had a quick question for staff. I know the continuance is moving forward, but I think there's an important question to ask Mr. Rubicalo about this project, because I think there's some confusion in the public on what exactly this item is. The reason why I actually asked for it to be continued in part because there's a lot of public comment coming through, as well as some letters from attorneys. And I think if we're going to make a decision, we need to do that in a way that we've fully weighed all the options and considered all the different pieces that might make up this. But I think it's important to understand what this project or what this item is. I think there's been some confusion in the public, so if I could get some clarification from Mr. Rubicalo, I really appreciate it.
Sure. Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, this agreement is for the offsite improvements, the offsite storm drain improvements. And this is essentially an agreement that will allow for, it was the design, the construction, the inspection of the construction, and also when the project is completed, to dedicate the easements necessary for the district to take over operation and maintenance of the system were complete. There's a lot of details in the agreement, but that's essentially what this agreement is for.
Okay, and can you speak a little bit to what the regional benefit that it might provide if it does move forward?
Yeah, Supervisor Nelson through the chair. So the community of Los Alamos is broken up from east to west, essentially. And on the east side, we already have some regional improvements for storm drainage. And on the west side, there's currently no system in place. This system would bring a storm drain system to the west side of the community, which is needed. This provides approximately 3,800 linear feet of storm drain improvements that currently don't exist. So that's about 3/4 of a mile. And the system's approximately $2.4 million, and that being paid for 100% by the developer. There's no reimbursement from the district. That includes inspection, design, and everything. And I think it's important to point out the reason we're describing this as a regional improvement and not a site-specific improvement. There's approximately 127 acres of drainage area that's coming to the storm drain system. Only approximately 15% of that is coming from on-site improvements. So the other 85% is coming from Calaveras Canyon, Bell Street, and areas that have been problematic. So it's way beyond just the on-site improvements.
Okay, thank you. That helps me a lot. Thank you.
We have one public comment slip that was missed.
Chair Williams and members of the board, thank you. We have Francis Romero.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Williams, supervisors, staff, members of the public. I'm Francis Romero, and I'm the agent for the owner of the property in question today. And in speaking just to the continuance, my client is, of course, totally willing to continue to the date that is best for staff to be able to be responsive to the questions that have been asked. We want to be certain that all of the information that the public and that your flood control board needs to make a decision is available. And just want to say on behalf of my client, who is a property owner in Los Alamos since September of 20, they're very excited to be part of the community. They too see the specialness that Los Alamos is, that all of the neighbors are wanting to protect. And as Mr. Rubalcaba mentioned, the off-site improvement is a huge infrastructure win for this community. And again, very happy to be part of the community going forward. Thank you.
Okay, A25.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 25 is from the Social Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding appointments and reappointments of Workforce Development Board. And we have Christine Adams who would like to make public comment. Christine, can you hear us? If you're using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Chair Williams and members of the board, I don't think that we're going to have much luck with Christine, and I do not have any further requests to speak for this item.
Okay, then A29.
Chair Williams and members of the board, A29 is from Supervisor Lavanino. It is to approve the reappointment of Allison Wales to the Commission for Women, term ending December 31st, 2025. This project is for the 5th District. And joining us here for public comment, we have ePlanet Thunderstriker.
Hello, thank you again, Council. I recently went to the Commission for Women meeting last week. Didn't know anything about that, and I'm hoping that it can help my situation because I'm very much into female leaders. I made some notes about maybe having a few different varieties for American Idol kind of a thing for the next female president. And considering what's been going on, I'm giving consideration to a conditional vice presidential run. I would be vice president to a female. I'm trying to be a global holiday world peace music producer, so I would be resigning if that person resigned or was killed or we went to war. But it's a lot more realistic than just some of the other things that I've been dealing with up until today. And so I just wanted to let those ladies know that.
Thank you. We are now through the administrative items. Can I get a motion on the consent calendar?
I'll make a motion to approve items A1 through 32 with the exception of A13. And that would include a continuance on A22 to February 28th.
Thank you.
And
Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Or none? Now is the time for members of the public to speak on items that are not on the agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak on general public comment?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we do have 4 requests to speak for general public comment. We begin with Eddie Taylor, to be followed by Eric Garcia. Looks like neither of them are logged into Zoom at this moment, so we will move on to ePlanet Thunderstriker, to be followed by McCullough Lynch.
Hello again, Council. So like I just mentioned, I'm considering a conditional vice presidential candidacy. I just thought of that within the last day. There's so many issues that are appropriate to discuss and try and resolve with your questions, but questions and statements have not been done before, and I'm just dealing with, I think I'd like to start with the fact that our grandparents didn't lock their door, and right now we're dealing with just how many different mass shootings in January, and it's clear that we are devolving. The governor, who is possibly related to one of the reasons I was banned here at the administration building, he takes away, he makes it more easy. We don't have as great incarceration rates as we used to. And I said before, I think even here, how does that benefit the UCSB students? Well, it doesn't. It's just like we're just getting more and more barbaric. We should not even have a sex trafficking awareness proclamation. Are you kidding? This is America in 2020. We have advances in medicine, advances in technology, but our government is really going to crap. It's just that I wanted to be a music producer. I didn't want to be a president. I didn't know about public comments until just last year. So it's like, well, clearly the leadership is crap. We know I have been post-racist my whole life. So when I hear one person talking about the camera, how we're getting, well, that's good. But really, if you look at the crime that we're dealing with, it's just not going good enough. How many different people are going to be arrested or demoted or fired related to my situation? I just got through speaking a few minutes with the sheriff there. I didn't have any prepared information, but there's definitely things that I've already talked with you about. I've given several papers to the Harbor Commission on camera, things that were submitted to the clerk of Solvang, and it's just, that's the kind of corruption America's dealing with. You don't know anything about me or all the songs that are related, and I seem like I'm delusional, mentally ill whenever I'm trying to approach people and talk about, well, now I have a song that has 5 languages called Taiwan Thunderstrike. Oh, and America, the corruption in America is why, after China mailed through Taiwan Shipping Company, that the entire international community is not sitting around the table trying to figure out this global citizens organization and maybe coming to terms about being more peaceful and coming to a world peace. World peace is more practical within the next year if this situation went public, but it's not happening because of corruption in America.
And our final public speaker, McCall Lynch.
Hi, I just wanted to comment on this morning's ceremony. I've never been to one before, and I wanted to thank you for having this ceremony. I thought it was lovely. And I wanted to, so I am Michael Lynch. I am the local organizer of Women's March in Santa Barbara, as was mentioned earlier. And I am not here to speak for the thousands of people that showed up. I'm speaking for myself. I wanted to commend the comments that referred, like Supervisor Capps, referring to the importance of the issues of homelessness and housing and low income issues. I wanted to point out something that was not said, that these issues affect more than just the people that experience them. And I wanted to point out, based on comments I have heard from other people, how much it impacts all of us. Even just because there are neighbors and because housing values are impacted. I mean, the list is incredible when you think about it. So it's not just altruism. It's not just being considerate and taking care of our entire population. It literally is our entire population that is impacted by these things. And the other thing I wanted to point out was something that was mentioned about the issues in Iran, which was just briefly mentioned and possibly not heard, that this is a free speech issue. The people in Iran don't get to speak. Not only are they silenced by their government, they also literally cannot get information out. We don't get to hear from them because they have no internet. It's been turned off. Their relatives cannot call them and say, how is everything, because they cannot speak without the call being monitored. This is a daily reality for everybody. So why it becomes so important here, and why personally I am so glad that our county supports this issue, is that we are speaking for people who can't speak. Thank you.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no further requests to speak.
Thank you. We'll go to departmental item number 1.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the Treasurer, Tax Collector, Public Administrator. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara issuance of tax-exempt multifamily housing revenue obligations for the benefit of Brisa and Sina apartments.
Chair Williams, members of the board, thank you for having me. This item before you today is a TEFRA hearing. And so a TEFRA hearing is, it's a process that is codified in 147F of the Internal Revenue Code that allows qualified nonprofit organizations to access municipal markets. And so this is a financing that the Housing Authority will be the issuer, and Brisa and Sina Limited Partnership is the borrower. The county will incur no obligations, either moral or legal, for the repayment of the debt. Does not affect our credit rating in any way. And so this is part of the process to have a public hearing to allow this. Frank Thompson from with Brisa and Sina, right? And then Bob Havlicek from the Housing Authority, and Paul Timmy is they're also here, yes, on Zoom. So Frank's here to maybe give you a little bit of flavor of the project and answer any questions.
Yep. Thanks very much. Yeah, I do want to thank the county staff and the issuer. We've been tremendously encouraged and helped along the steps to get to the hearing today, which we appreciate. It's always a question of time that, you know, we wait for something and then we have to go very quickly. And I appreciate the staff and the Community Services Department as well to get this to you today. So I represent Brisa and Sina, which is a joint venture with Cabrillo Economic Development Corporation. You may know them from Ventura County. And the project that we're here on today is a 49-unit new construction apartment project in Mission Hills at 1498 Burton Mesa Boulevard, near the little shopping center out there. So the project is fully approved for land use by the county, and this is our next step to get a complete financing package so that we can begin construction. The project includes housing set aside for 12 formerly homeless veterans, and also will have spaces for other special needs clients and tenants. All of this is at low-income rental rates. So we have a market study that shows there's a tremendous need. I think we all know that we have a tremendous need in the community, and appreciate your support today. If you have any questions, I'm here to help you.
Supervisor Hartman?
Does it still include the child care?
It does, and I'm happy to say Communify has been working very closely with us to put a Head Start program. So it's not just the real estate for a building, but it's also the operating funding that we're cooperating with them on.
So I just have to say, this is no longer in my district, but it was a very visible issue when it first came forward. And Mr. Thompson and his team met many, many times with the neighbors, as did my office. And this project really developed with the input of the neighbors and the responsiveness of Mr. Thompson and its team. And I think it's going to be a real asset to the neighborhood. If I remember, you're also working with the shopping center and improving some of that, and a road behind that's nobody really owns and was disintegrating. And so I think this is really the kind of project and project developer we want to see more of in our county, and thank you.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. It's no longer in Supervisor Hartman's district, but now in mine, but I also want to compliment you, Frank. I kind of hold you up there as the gold standard for other developers that are coming into this space. A lot of people are coming into our community to stack and pack and not really think about the residents that are going to be living there or the community around them. This was a very controversial issue. We heard it in the surrounding areas going into it, but it's maybe been able to go through this process here at the end, at the finish line, because you were able to extinguish a lot of those concerns. And so I know that that's not what we're approving here today, but I do want to celebrate that and acknowledge you for the hard work that you did. And and when there's future projects up here in the North County or in my district, I'm looking forward to seeing you.
If I could, I really appreciate that. And, it takes a big team, really, to do these. The more you reach out to the community, the better the project. You'll get good feedback. And I think we've listened. Maybe I didn't get it completely right, and I'm sure I'll hear from people about that. But, we do our best, and each one we try to do better. Thank you.
Supervisor Capps?
I'd like to add my gratitude. I met with Mr. Thompson yesterday about a different project, but previously met with I met with the Housing Authority in the city. Look forward to meeting with the Housing Authority in the county, and just have a newfound appreciation for the Byzantine maze of government sources and funding and tax exempt status. And you really have to be sort of a financial excavator. So thank you for being able to do that, and Mr. Hagan for adding to this and bringing this item forward. Thank you.
Well, that Mr. Thompson definitely is a financial excavator. Can we get a motion on the staff recommendation?
Chair, I'm sorry for the interruption. If we could just call for public comment for this item? We do not have any requests to speak for this item.
Sorry, usually we don't for TEFRA. Okay, is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make the motion.
I'll second.
Motion by Nelson, second by Hartman. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. And now, departmental item 2.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from County Council. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an extra help service and retirement waiver for the Office of County Council.
Chair Williams, members of the board, Michelle Montez, Division Chief with the Office of County Council. Today is a request that your board certify the existence of a critical need in our office to allow us to rehire retired Senior Deputy Maria Novat as an extra help employee. While our office was aware that Ms. Novat was retiring in December, and we had plans in place. A few unavoidable events occurred. The first of which was we had an attorney unexpectedly resign. He let us know in December and he left in January. That attorney and Ms. Novat were part of our EOC team that supports EOC and other emergency work during disasters. And then we recently hired a new attorney in December, and we are in the process of training that person to come up to speed. So if approved, Ms. Novat will provide additional assistance to our office to support EOC and other emergency work, likely in the next 9 months to the year. And with that, Ms. Van Mollem and I are available for any questions you may have.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yeah, I don't actually have any questions. I think all the questions have been answered in the presentation, but I do want to comment on this. Legislature, when I think actually Supervisor Williams, you were up there when this law was passed, put this provision in place.
Voted for it.
Yeah, voted for it to make sure that if our employees retire, that they don't. It's not a revolving door of creating double dipping opportunities, but really still being flexible enough to meet needs. I think the county office of county counsel has exhibited the need here to continue with this. So I'll be happy to support this motion.
Any other questions or comments from the supervisors? Any public comment?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no request to speak on this item.
Can I get a motion?
Move staff recommendation.
And I second.
Motion by Hartman, second by Capps. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Seeing none? Thank you.
Thank you.
Departmental item 3.
Chair Williams and members of the board, Departmental Item 3 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Thomas Fire and 9/1 debris flow 5-year recovery update.
Chair Williams and board members, before you, we are proud and humbled to present to you a video update of the last 5 years since the Thomas Fire and the 1/9 debris flow. And as you know, you heard this morning from our OAM director, we're still recovering from the historic rainfall that fell in January 2023. While that destruction was severe, no lives were lost. In the last 5 years, we've done a lot to rebuild, repair, and strengthen our resiliency as a county, and particularly in the areas affected by the Thomas Fire and the 1/9 debris flow. This report was planned and largely prepared before the January 2023 storms, and it was on your agenda in January, and we've updated it, but it's here for you today for your viewing. It's a little longer than what we would typically show at the board, but it has critical information. I think it shows a lot that we've done. And there's a few people I want to thank in preparing this. One is you'll hear her voice and her touch throughout this, and we wouldn't have been able to do this presentation without her, and that's Kelsey Butita, our new Public Information Officer and Communications Manager. And the other person is Terry Nisich, and people alluded how Terry's shaking her head. But I don't know if people know this, but the original plan that we did on recovery was authored by Terry and coordinated by Terry. So thank you to Terry, as well as and looking at what progress we've made. There are a lot of people here in the room who are in the video. Our public safety professionals are standing in the back, and you'll see them in the video. But I also want to thank people who aren't here anymore. Eric Peterson, our former fire chief. Rob Lewin, our former director of OEM. Matt Pontes, a former assistant CEO. Tom Fayram, our former assistant director in public works. And a host of others who aren't here in the room today, but whose impact was felt throughout the county after the Thomas Fire and debris flow, and whose impact still is felt today. So with that, we will show the video.
It's been 5 years since the Thomas Fire scorched the hills above Montecito and Carpinteria, leading to the most devastating event in Santa Barbara County history.
Oh my God, Mom!
Well, obviously, in the wake of the fire, we were concerned about the storm coming in.
There was anything from people that were stuck in their houses, flowing downstream, to water rescues, to people that had been separated from their family and seen family members washed away, people stuck in their vehicles, people even on the highway that were stuck in their vehicles are starting to get washed away as well.
Montecito was unrecognizable. It looked like a movie set. The landscape had changed. As a matter of fact, it changed so much that we needed new maps so that people could rebuild.
We loaded up in 2 teams in our Bearcats, which are our special enforcement team, armored vehicles. And we ironically just received those vehicles not too long prior to this. I remember responding down there and I could just see devastation.
Fortunately, we were able to rescue a little over 700 people that first day. But unfortunately, we'll always remember the 23 community members that were lost.
The 1/9 debris flow took lives, destroyed property, and changed the physical features of the South Coast. On the 5-year anniversary, the county was once again hit with a powerful storm. This time, historic amounts of rain, bringing more than 20 inches to sections of the foothills and mountains of South Santa Barbara County in a span of several days. This prompted evacuations and put the county's upgraded flood control system to the test, catching 215,000 cubic yards of material in the Thomas Fire burn area. This is all material that, if it wasn't for the debris basins, would have traveled south, putting homes and roads in harm's way. To put this in perspective, this is the newly constructed Randall Road debris basin following the January 2023 storms. It is located at the site of where several homes were destroyed in the 1/9 debris flow. During the January 2023 storms, it stopped more than 15,000 cubic yards of material from traveling south on Highway 192. While the destruction the county saw from the January 2023 storms was significant, no lives were lost. In the past 5 years, the county, flood control district, and critical community partners have come together to facilitate whole community recovery. To do this, 8 areas of interest were identified, studied, developed, and executed. While incredible amounts of work have already been accomplished, the county will continue to push to enhance, prepare, and support the community for the future. Here are the 8 pillars of recovery the county focused on these past 5 years. 1. Storm preparation and evacuation. Following the disaster, the county collaborated with scientists from several different organizations to evaluate the risk of incoming storms, making decisions each fall and winter on the fragility of the burn hillsides and watersheds.
This county has enhanced its resiliency both in understanding the threat, understanding the risks, but also having tools, understanding how to respond when they receive emergency alerts and being registered for emergency alerts through the Ready SBC Alerts program.
The Thomas Fire burn scar was especially at risk in the first 2 years to incoming storms. Evacuation maps were updated frequently during this time, and each incoming storm was evaluated for the potential damage it could bring by working with our partners from National Weather Service and USGS. The county put on community outreach meetings during these precarious years to educate the public on the updated evacuation timeline process and efforts being made to keep the community safe during this time. You'll hear certain terms for evacuation, including evacuation warning, evacuation order, and shelter in place. This terminology is hopefully going to enhance how we communicate with our community members. 2. Long-term flood control mitigation. Following the debris flow, the county went to work to repair and enhance debris basins. Several debris basin locations were identified, and to date, many of them are completed or are currently under construction. These include the completion of the brand new debris basin at Randall Road.
There were 8 homes here, all of them completely destroyed by the debris flow. We actually got a lot of community interest from the local neighbors here about building a debris basin in this location. It was just finished in August of this year. So debris basin is intended to capture large rocks and trees that come down from this very steep mountainous watershed.
The Randall Road debris basin was largely made possible by the purchase of 7 voluntarily offered parcels for the construction, paid for with FEMA hazard mitigation grant funds. The new Randall Road debris basin project excavated approximately 92,000 cubic yards of dirt, debris, and rocks.
Down the road at the Cold Springs debris basin, an expansion project excavated approximately 13,000 cubic yards to create additional basin volume and was completed in September of 2020. The modifications made to the Romero debris basin will improve the basin's ability to retain larger debris while passing less problematic sediment and cobblestone downstream. It was completed in October of 2022. The improvements currently under construction at the Santa Monica debris basin will enhance access and maintenance operations, allowing for debris to be more quickly and efficiently removed from the basin. Construction is currently underway to complete several more. County of Santa Barbara Public Works also worked on several transportation projects. Roads factored higher flows and updated cleanout plans and replaced bridges and drainages at Bella Vista at Romero, East Mountain Drive Bridge at San Ysidro Road, and Cold Springs Creek, as well as the Ashley Road Bridge replacement. Steps were taken to redesign the roads to carry flows with updated evacuation and emergency response goals in mind. Parcels along San Ysidro Creek were volunteered and purchased. Moving forward, a master plan was created to develop comprehensive listing of feasible mitigations to further reduce future debris flow risk. Private property rebuilding. The debris flow damaged or destroyed 525 structures. Extensive work has taken place to bring community members back into their homes. Planning and Development created the Rebuilding Montecito website, providing resources to the community and an interactive map to help property owners through the permitting process. And the like-for-like ordinance amendment gave property owners a viable option for a streamlined permitting process.
The like-for-like ordinance were amendments that were done to the 3 different land use codes, which is the Montecito Land Use Code, the County Land Use and Development Code, and Article 2, which is the coastal zoning ordinance. And I want to say, in terms of building permits, almost 300 ended up being approved. So homeowners definitely did take advantage of this.
The debris flow changed the landscape, so a survey control network was put in place to assist property owners and to establish property lines as well as properties owned by public agencies. As property owners researched options for rebuilding, some lot line adjustments were made, and this is still an option for property owners as they are researching their options for rebuilding. Flood control and planning and development are continuing to provide guidance through the rebuilding process, working with the latest FEMA flood recovery map.
So of the 525 structures that we were tracking from the very start, the large majority of owners who wanted to rebuild or repair their structures have done so already. For a homeowner who needs help with something like this, I would say contact our zoning counter and they will put you in contact with a caseworker.
Issue 4, debris on private property. The debris flow displaced a hillside of items, including everything from cars to pieces of homes and boulders the size of buses. In the weeks and months following the debris flow, teams worked to move destroyed cars to metal recyclers, work around massive boulders, properly dispose of hazardous waste, regrade properties, and move debris material off the site. Along the way, the material was sorted. Collaboration between cities helped develop a regional disaster debris management plan that included management of all types of disaster materials. And then there was the Bucket Brigade.
It was like, I have a bucket and I have a shovel and I can go help them dig their house out, right? And we called our friends and we went and just tried to dig out one house. You know, we didn't think we could solve the problem, it's too big. But we can help those friends with their house, with our hands and our shovels, and that's what we did.
Abe Powell started the grassroots Bucket Brigade in the days after the debris flow. Neighbors helping neighbors and giving strength to community members who wanted to help but didn't know how.
It started with 50 people and one house, and by summertime, it had been 4,500 people and 100 homes, 66 acres of open space, and miles of trail cleared.
Issue 5, financial impacts and economic recovery. The 1-9 debris flow resulted in an estimated $500 million worth of damage. Estimated response costs and damage to county infrastructure amounted to $200 million. More than half of that was paid by federal aid.
Small business administration loans were also provided to 61 homes and 80 businesses throughout the area, totaling to more than $12 million.
FEMA also provided individual housing assistance to 383 applicants. Community groups also came together to help individuals. 805 UndocuFund distributed more than $1 million to families impacted by the Thomas Fire and debris flow, the majority of this money going to undocumented service workers. The county still continues to pursue a variety of federal and state grants to fund the installation of new protection measures and various other long-term funding options for maintenance. Issue 6, infrastructure repair. The county transportation network experienced over $27 million in damage from the fire and subsequent debris flow. Every aspect of transportation infrastructure was affected. Bridges, roads, drainage systems, trees, walkways, and traffic control systems. Rebuilding these facilities were essential to provide access for emergency services, debris removal, rebuilding, and resiliency for the future. Over $10 million in paving, restored, and improved 26 lane miles of roads throughout the community. The county collaborated with residents to ensure that new structures met design requirements while being context sensitive to the semi-rural community. During reconstruction of roadways, the department collaborated with Bucket Brigade to restore walkability in the community. Bucket Brigade, together with the county, did extensive outreach on a property-by-property basis to create safe, walkable paths along many roads throughout Montecito.
In Montecito, what we've seen is what I call a sustained response, in which members of the community and groups like the Bucket Brigade and Public Works and the county have been working together, not just to bring the community back to the level it was before, but to help it be more interconnected and resilient than it was before in a number of really important ways.
The community coming together also led to the collaboration of the county with the Project for Resilient Communities to work on getting additional protection measures in place.
We had some very generous donors early on who basically told us, go forth and do good things and find what you can. And Les Firestein, who was one of our group, found these things called debris nets. So we applied for an emergency permit. We had 13 permits for 13 different nets, and we ended up being able to fund and construct 6.
Our county is more equipped for responding to large-scale emergencies like debris flows.
We've increased the capabilities of our aircraft to a Black Hawk helicopter now. So instead of hoisting and carrying up to 4 passengers, you can pile in 17 people on that aircraft now. For ground assets, we now have UTVs because we noticed that day just getting around, our vehicles would no longer work getting around. So we used UTVs and all-terrain vehicles to get around to these access points.
The Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Department is updating its fleet with a new high-low siren.
So the high-low siren is also a Euro siren, but it is a very unique siren, something that we don't use here in California and in Santa Barbara County. So it's going to be a siren that people aren't going to recognize. They need to know that, hey, I hear that siren. I need to log on to the internet. I need to watch my local news, turn on the radio.
ReadySBC.org is the county's readiness and response website. It is the first place you want to check if you hear that siren, offering the very latest information about emergencies and evacuations. Issue 7, natural resources. The Santa Barbara South Coast is a special place. The county was sensitive to that and proactively considered the needs of cultural resources. As the community was put back together following the debris flow, cultural resource identification and protection was assessed on a case-by-case basis when rebuilding efforts are initiated on impacted properties. The tribal government was supportive and collaborative with the county in these processes. Issue 8, community engagement. In the days preceding and following the 1/9 debris flow, the County Emergency Operations Center, EOC, provided support and coordinated resources for emergency responders and impacted community members. Between January 5th and January 31st of 2018, 162 personnel reported to the EOC from county departments, local jurisdictions, and mutual aid sources for a total of 12,305 response hours. The EOC was the hub for information, coordinating press conferences, activating the county call center, and providing timely resources to the community. The EOC remained active throughout 2018 to support debris management concepts, home repair, and rebuilding guidance, and state and federal cost recovery. The Montecito Center was a resource for the community during this challenging time.
It connected those most impacted by the disaster with supportive services and resources, helped guide those impacted through often complex government systems, policies, and processes related to recovery and rebuilding. Residents could engage with flood control and planning and development staff to get started on the complex issue of recovering and rebuilding. The center was critical in building neighborhood and property owner buy-in and support for that project. By August, connections had been established, and instead of a physical center, ongoing support was provided through direct contact with county departments. More than a dozen crisis counselors were placed at the center to work with the community.
At the 6-month mark, we had about 10,000 mental health contacts. And by the following spring, we were to over 22,000. So really, we're able to reach a number of people within the community. It was not intended that the community wellness team would continue. It was formed specifically for the response to the debris flow, but it has. 5 years later, that same team has formed together around multiple traumatic events that have happened within our community and are still going strong.
I was proud of the fact that people wanted to be proactive, that they had agency. They didn't just expect government to do everything. They wanted government to be a partner, but they wanted to be a part of the solution.
The community's response was amazing. They came together in a way that I had never seen in Montecito before. The neighbor helping neighbor literally for the days and weeks that followed the debris flow. And in the rebuilding process, that even became more evident in partnerships with the county. What is really, really important to our community is that they not forget the risk that surrounds them, whether it's from wildfire or debris flow. One of our concerns is the further away you get from an emergency, the further back in people's minds it goes, while the risk that that emergency will happen again rises.
The anniversary is another reminder for me, and I think for others, of how resilient our community is. Going through a difficult situation and making it through, and then going through another and coming out stronger each time. This community is remarkable, and the resiliency that it holds is absolutely remarkable.
I think a benefit out of all this, there might be the training mechanism, the equipment, but taking care of our people, we learned that that's the most important thing out there.
We have this incredible sadness for the friends that we've lost, and also a little bit of hope. And the hope comes from the way the community pulled together and helped each other. And I think that gave us a sense of solidarity and pride of living in Santa Barbara, that this is the kind of community that people came together and really dug in literally to help each other get through this.
We, as a region, are now more aware and more prepared, more resilient. But let's keep on working to make sure that we remember and that we keep on working to become a more resilient community.
The last 5 years have shown us that we are one resilient county. The county, along with community partnerships, were able to fulfill these 8 pillars. While work still remains, our community is ready and prepared now, more so than ever before. Following the debris flow, a good portion of the South Coast was unrecognizable. Here we are, 5 years later, and the regrowth of not only the land, but the community has shown us that we are one county with one future.
All I can say is that I'm full of great thankfulness for all of the people that Mona mentioned, and the ones who are here in this room, and some of the ones that are no longer with us at all. The woman that you saw in 1 out of every 3 Bucket Brigade pictures, that elderly woman, Carol Bartoli, recently passed away. She was there every day, and I believe she was well into her 80s, and it just kind of showed that what it took was hard work, and not big, tall muscles, but just hard work could get the job done. I just want to invite anybody who is here who wanted to speak. Is there any public comment on the item?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no requests to speak for this item.
Any questions, comments from the board? Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, well, it really exemplifies what we heard from your keynote speaker, neighbor to neighbor, and working in concert with government. Um, I would like Kelly Hubbard to talk about the assembly hearing that you attended last week, because what she shared was very sobering, and I think we have to consider not just building back, but really what we've been doing is more and more resilient. I work with another government agency that is just eager to repair things after the recent atmospheric river, and they just want to get back to normal. But I think that isn't good planning. So I would like you to talk about that hearing and your impressions of it.
Sure. Chair and Supervisors, Assemblymember Hart invited me, along with some other committee members from the Assembly, to a committee hearing last week on the arc storm impacts to our vulnerable population and how this is impacting our community, our preparedness, and what we can do moving forward. The committee included some technical experts, a speaker from UCLA, National Weather Service, and a few others who spoke about arc storm, which is a scenario that was developed several years ago, not unsimilar to the Great Shakeout, if you've heard about the San Andreas scenario that many talk about. And so a few years ago, they created the arc storm scenario. And that is based on when they created it about 3-5 years ago. Gosh, I've been here a little longer, so I guess it's about 5-6 years ago now. It was based on the weather patterns known for that time period. And so what the UCLA scientist was sharing is that they are redeveloping, with some funding from the governor's office, the arc storm scenario based on climate change and climate vulnerability. And it's not often, I always say I'm a paid pessimist. I'm paid to think of the worst case scenario, and it's not often that I am humbled or scared of scenarios shared. And the gentleman from UCLA shared some very significant stats on potential rainstorms moving forward. And two things kind of stuck with me from what he shared. One was that the significance of the potential of these storms. We had over 20 inches of rain in our January storms here, and he was talking about 70 to 80 inches in a storm in the next 20 to 30 years over a 2-week period. And, you know, triple, quadruple what we experienced in a 2-week, 3-week period would be absolutely devastating to our community. And so that was one component that really startled me. The other component he talked about was the fact that the expectation moving forward is extremes. The extreme of drought and flood at the same time, or very concurrently connected. And so the concept that we're really not going to have those in-betweens with the continued global warming, and that our preparedness really needs to reflect that continual movement between drought and flood, and that's going to be pretty back-to-back moving forward. And so how that impacts how we plan, prepare our most vulnerable residents, and the actions we take now to move forward to enhance that resiliency of our community is going to be significant.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you, Chair Williams. There was so much in that video. Thank you for doing it and putting this all together. It's just important. This is kind of a meeting about reflection and learning and seeing how we can move forward. But I'm struck by the so many components, the government component with you, Supervisor Williams, and I know Congressman Carbajal played such an important role. So many people, our first responders, but then the community, the bucket brigade, the fact that citizens came together to find out, research those nets. I mean, there's no sort of element that isn't impacted and reflected in that important video, an important reflection of here we are 5 years later, and then to have what we just experienced with this atmospheric river. And Director Hubbard just spoke to my question, really, which is what's the next thread? What are we preparing for now? We did such an amazing job with the basins and learning the right lessons from 5 years ago that thankfully protected the lives of people this year. But what are, you just spoke to how do we prepare forward? And I guess my question relates to our keynote speaker's point about neighbor to neighbor. And are there ways in which we are or could be encouraging that kind of communication? I don't know if you can speak to that. I'm putting you on the spot, but I'm just curious. I know about Listos. I know about some kind of neighborhood grassroots programs. Obviously, the Bucket Brigade is a network of people that are in touch, but are there other things that we are doing or could be doing to encourage that kind of sharing of information between neighbors so that we're more prepared going forward?
Thank you, Chair and the Supervisors. Yes, couple things. The board here approved a new position that is shared with Office of Emergency Management and the CEO's office, which is let me see if I get the full title right. It's a long one: Emergency Preparedness Communications and Outreach Coordinator. And so this position is going to be working on specifically how do we re-engage our community in their own resilience? How do we use our community brokers and those people who the community trusts and understands and looks to for leadership to encourage those, do a train the trainer program, train our local religious leaders, our local community leaders, our local groups in how to go out and train and enhance the resilience of their own community and to work together. I think another big question that continues to be looked at and how do we address it is, the old 7 days of supplies, it doesn't work for many community members.
Right.
And so how do we adjust that messaging? How do we encourage our community to continue to enhance their resilience and awareness and knowledge and to look out for each other? The messaging of, my daughter was a latchkey kid, and so the neighbors knew that, and they knew I was in emergency management. And so, how do you make sure that your neighborhood is watching out for you and your community and you're watching out for them? And how can we help spread that message? And so hopefully through this new position, additional efforts, engaging our various community members, Listos, Bucket Brigade, and others, we can continue to enhance that because we do need to look at it in a new way.
Thank you. And I'd just like to make a plug for our schools as well, because the lesson that we learned as a school board then was that we needed to make sure that our schools were safe havens in these times, and that, your daughter potentially or somebody, who was at home would know, actually you can go down the street to your neighborhood school because the lights will be on, there will still be food in the kitchen because we have microgrids and we have battery storage. And so I just want to make sure that, as these conversations go forward, that even folks who aren't connected to schools currently, they know where they are. And those are a great resource going forward for those safe havens of shelter, et cetera. So just something to keep in mind. Thank you.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say how well done that was. It's kind of what I've been hoping for a long time. I always think we don't do a great job of telling our stories. So that was really well done. And the reason why it was well done is because the story is that people, whether they work for the government or their neighbors, got the job done, right? And they're not stopping. I don't know if you received a call, but I got one from Abe Powell. I think he reached out to you as well. 5 years later, he's calling me and saying, hey, my crew will be up in Guadalupe this weekend if you need them. Now, the cool thing about Guadalupe, a lot like Montecito, there's a lot of differences, but those folks had already dug themselves out. They kind of took it upon themselves that they weren't really waiting for anybody to come in and rescue them. They were like, all right, we got to do this ourselves. So they went after it. So just want to say, excellent job. And Suzanne, I think you walked in after all the love got tossed around, but thank you for all you did during your time there too. So.
Supervisor Harmon.
Chair Williams, you haven't really suggested a theme for your leadership year, but I think neighbor to neighbor is emerging. And I just wanted to highlight that our next departmental item will be elaborating on this idea even more.
Absolutely. More CWPPs, maybe.
Chair.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. Watching that, we didn't have the deaths up in my district that happened 5 years ago, but we did have significant damage to properties. and people losing, everything that they've ever owned through this storm and the debris flow that happened in the Orchid area. And so, we had similar stories, and it was really exciting to see people showing up and digging out their neighbors. We still had a little bit extra work to do, and so the Becca Brigade's been in Orchid for the last couple of weekends. But, that very night, there was neighbors and firefighters that were out there carrying out their neighbors, to safety, moving cars. We had friends that were not in the area, but people were going into their house and helping to get things out of there. Firefighters helped move belongings from the first story to a second story of the house, so that they could avoid the flooding that happened. So it's amazing to see that throughout our entire county. Even 5 years later, that DNA that we have here in this county. And what it did, though, remind me is that we did spend a lot of investment there down in Montecito and through the county after those storms to do the mitigation. And I think that, it's really going to be on us to focus back on mitigation in other portions of the county that were proven to be vulnerable through these last set of storms. And I think these storms are become opportunities. Sometimes we'll see these things that we might get, some minor damage or definitely major for the people that it impacted. But, in Orchid, we saw about 10 houses that were severely impacted. But, in the future, if we don't learn from these mistakes, those could be hundreds of houses in a future storm. And so I think that we should heed that warning, take advantage of these opportunities that we get, take advantage of the funding that we have through FEMA and other sources on mitigation to try to leverage to harden and make our community resilient no matter which part of the county we're in. So that's my thoughts.
Chair, I just want to also, for the public, because they don't know who's in the back of the room, and I just want to thank Sheriff Bill Brown. So we talk about evacuation, and his staff is always there in the EOC with the storm risk decision or all the things that we did immediately after the storm. So thank you, Sheriff Brown. And then next to him is also the hero of the response too, and that's Chief Taylor from Montecito Fire. He was featured in there, but I don't think people know how much of a leader Chief Taylor has been throughout the debris flow, the recovery, as well as the response, and even in these last storms. So thank you, Chief Taylor. And the other unsung heroes, maybe not unsung, is our Public Works Department. Mr. McGalvin isn't here, but Chris Sneddon and Julie is here, and you saw Walter earlier today, and you all know what a heroic job they do every day and how exhausted they always must be, but they've done an incredible job, not only in their normal jobs, but in these emergencies. So thank you to them too.
Thank you. Okay, then we will go on, with no public comment, we will go on to item D4.
Do we need a motion?
Oh, yes. Do we need a receive and file?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to receive and file this item.
Second?
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. D4.
Chair Williams and members of the board, Departmental Item 4 is from the Fire Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the adoption of the Gaviota Coast Community Wildlife Fire Protection Plan.
I don't think I'm actually on the presentation, but I've asked for a privilege to introduce, if I could, the team here before you. I've been here all morning, and as Supervisor Hartman mentioned, there seems to be a theme here, and I'd love to build on that. I'm here really just to brag about the Gaviota community, which follows on the heels of communities across the county, really taking the hard and difficult step to talk about things that they don't agree on. If you want to talk about resiliency and fuels reduction, be prepared for a fight because everybody has such a heart to do the right thing, and yet everybody sees it differently. As was mentioned earlier by Mr. Friday, it's resilient county is a result of a resilient community, and that's a result of resilient neighbors. And what we've done, what you've done here, the board, and the encouragement, the money, the resources that you've offered communities to stay together and get to know each other so that they're essentially prepared is as a testament. It doesn't happen in other places in the state of California, and so I want people to know that. And then I want to introduce the team here. The great thing about this organization and this county is that there's no shortage of experts, and so we have a group here today that's going to present the Gaviota. A lot of hard work. The Gaviota Community Wildfire Protection Plan before you. A lot of hard work done by a lot of people, led by the efforts of the Fire Safe Council, who garnered the funds and were there to continue to push it forward through all the controversy, and our Fire Marshal, Rob Hazard. So I'm going to introduce Rob Hazard, our Fire Marshal, the Fire Marshal for the County Fire District, and his team. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, members of the board, for allowing us to come forward and present this plan. I would like to introduce the team here. Actually, before I do that, I do need to acknowledge the funder of this project. The funds that were used to cover the costs of all of this project, including our consultant fees, our management fees, all derived from the California Climate Investment Program through a grant that is administered by CAL FIRE. And this grant has been used multiple times for projects in our county and has truly been a game changer when it comes to wildfire mitigation projects. And I'll introduce our team. So I'm Rob Hazard. I'm your County Fire Marshal. Happy to be here today. And to my left is Scott Kaufman. He's a board member for the Fire Safe Council, and he was also the project manager representing the council and administering the grant and ensuring that we were spending the money appropriately. And then to my right is Scott Eckert from Dudek Consulting, who did the lion's share of research and development of the actual document, including all of the fire behavior analysis that we used. And then I also want to introduce Paul Van Leer, who is the president of the Santa Barbara County Fire Safe Council, and Nick Elmquist, who works for Montecito Fire, is also a board member on the Santa Barbara County Fire Safe Council. And then I also wear a second hat as a board member on the Fire Safe Council, along with Supervisor Hartman, who has been tremendously helpful in a lot of the work that we're trying to do. And I think it's not just coincidental, but I think it's probably providence that we're showing up here towards the end of the day, because some of the things that we just saw, including that great presentation of the 1-9 debris flow and the Thomas Fire, we're going to be talking about a lot of mitigation and community resilience type efforts that came out of the Gaviota CWPP and how that project can help moving forward bring us to a more resilient community. So we're going to talk about our Community Wildfire Protection Plan overview. What are CWPPs? We're going to briefly talk about the timeline, how this project came to be. We'll do an overview of the plan. We'll have a list of recommendations that came out of the document, and then we'll follow it up with fire department recommendations for board action. So what is a Community Wildfire Protection Plan, otherwise known as a CWPP? I think this is probably the 4th or 5th CWPP that's come before the board. Community Wildfire Protection Plans are community-developed plans that bring together both community, government agencies, emergency responders to develop in a collaborative fashion a set of recommendations to create more resilience in those communities. And they focus on several key areas. Measures to reduce structural ignitability, vegetation management to decrease flammable fuels, and a collaborative process so that everybody gets a chance to come to the table and discuss what their concerns are around wildfire. One thing that CWPPs do not involve is the CEQA process. There will be projects that are recommended from this document and from this process. Those projects then, as funding and support for those projects becomes realized, will go through that CEQA process. Some of these projects may not get done for 10 years. Some of them might get done within a few months. And so it's very important that that CEQA process is the next phase of getting these projects through the pipeline. The plan has some requirements that derive from the original creation of CWPPs through the 2003 Healthy Forest Restoration Act. So the minimum requirements was that they had to have regional collaboration. So if you had federal, state, local entities, particularly fire agencies, there has to be collaboration between those groups. They have to develop hazardous field treatment units, otherwise known as vegetation management plans. And they need to develop strategies to reduce structural ignitability. You know, this is a problem not just in our county, but region-wide throughout the state, throughout the Western United States, that most of our housing stock was built before high fire hazard construction building standards. And so there's a huge amount of scientific data pointing to structural vulnerability being a primary cause of structural loss in wildfires. Plan approval requires local government action and concurrence from local and state fire agencies. So currently, the draft plan has approval from the Santa Barbara County Fire Department and our state fire agency, which is CAL FIRE. The benefits of the approved plan is it will help identify and clarify priorities for the protection of life, property, and critical resources in the plan area. And the final bullet is that it provides pretty significant access to federal and increasingly state grant funds to get the mitigation work done that you've identified in the plan. So how can this plan help the community? We will better identify fire risk. So a large portion of the plan is devoted to a significant amount of fire behavior analysis of the area, doing fire behavior modeling, looking at past fire history, and forecasting out what we think the next series of wildfires would look like. It will expand wildfire risk reduction options. So we're going to be looking at vegetation and fuels where we would do projects to reduce those impacts, and also looking at our housing stock. What do we have out there? What's the vulnerability of these structures? Provide significant access to grants. Stakeholder coordination is super valuable. So throughout the 2 years that we developed this plan, many relationships were forged and strengthened. So relationships between county fire, state parks, Forest Service, between county staff. So I personally worked with Public Works Department, County Planning Department, and collaborating and putting this together. So those are golden opportunities to increase efficiency on the county government side, but then also all of our NGO stakeholders out there. So environmental groups, public access advocates, and just our community groups in general out there on the Gaviota coast. It was an opportunity to come together. And integrating field treatments with cooperatives. So this is actually kind of a big deal right now. So the Forest Service is receiving a whole bunch of federal dollars through the infrastructure bill to complete significant vegetation management projects on the Los Padres. This plan is helping to give us a blueprint for what we think is going to work well out there, and a huge amount of work and a pretty high resolution microscope was put on the area, much more so than what the federal government has the capability to do. And so we're going to be sharing the results of this plan with our federal partners to give them some recommendations and guidance on projects within the forest where they are adjacent to our state lands and our local lands. And finally, developing what we call best management practice, or BMPs, for vegetation management projects. There's a lot of concern that when you do any kind of project in the natural environment, whether it's prescribed burning, simple field treatments using our hand crews, homeowner defensible space measures, there is concern that you can have impacts on the native plant communities and cause some kind of ecological impacts. And so part of what we do in these plans is develop best management practice based on what those resources are in that area to make sure that when we're doing these projects, we're doing them as environmentally responsible as possible. So a little timeline. In 2016, Santa Barbara County Fire Department began collaborating with the Gaviota Coast community and having discussions about a community wildfire protection plan. In 2017, the Gaviota Coast Steering Committee was formed, and this was really through the efforts of a small group in the area called the Gaviota Neighbors Association, and they were formed principally geared around the Refugio oil spill. That was kind of the galvanizing moment that brought a lot of those people together, and a lot of concerns about what was going to happen with the pipeline. So that group became kind of a natural forum to pitch the idea of a CWPP. And to my left, Scott Kaufman, he was one of the principal organizers in that group of galvanizing a lot of community interest, transferring kind of from concern over the oil spill to, hey, let's start talking about wildfire out here. In 2019, the steering committee approached the Santa Barbara County Fire Safe Council. All volunteer board, small organizations, been around for a while, but really not a huge track record with actual boots on the ground projects. And so this was kind of a watershed moment for the organization to take on applying for a CAL FIRE grant, securing the funding, hiring a project manager, hiring a consultant, and organizing a 2-year project, making sure that County Fire stayed on track with it too. It helped that I sit on the board, but trust me, it's a lot of resources from county agencies that get involved in these projects. The grant was awarded by CAL FIRE, and in 2020, we began the planning and the process of selecting our consultant. We ended up selecting Dudek, who to my right, Scott Eckert, is our project consultant. We began our field assessments, pretty significant field assessments across the Gaviota Coast in 2021. We developed what's called a development team. The development team in a CWPP is basically representatives from your fire agency and your local community members. These are your community leaders for your small micro communities or neighborhoods that you bring into regular meetings, and that's where those concerns and issues that those communities have are brought to the table. And that's really what drives the direction of the CWPP is what does the community want to see? The fire agencies can come in and sort of objectively decide, oh, we think you need a field break here, we think you should do this, and County Fire or the Forest Service can assist with those efforts. But in many cases, the community might want something different than that. They might say, hey, we don't want to see a big giant field break across our mountainside, so what could we do as an alternative? And this is an excellent way to achieve that, particularly because these CWPPs in our county are very regionally focused. It would be difficult if we tried to do this across the county as a whole, but when we focus in on these communities, we're able to dive down into the community level. And then interestingly, the last bullet there in 2021 was the Alisal fire. This is pretty rare that you have a significant fire occur within the plan area of a developing CWPP. Typically, those documents are either referring to very, very past fire history, so fires that occurred 20, 30 years before, or they're futuring out what potential fires could look like, and in fact, using fire behavior simulation software to suggest what could happen were there to be ignitions in certain weather conditions. We actually had that happen within the plan area. A significant fire burned a large portion of the plan area, and we got to see how all of these little parts and pieces played out. With our team in place, literally going out to the fire, within weeks of the fire being contained, we were out looking at what the damage had occurred and what some of the causal factors were for structure loss. In 2022, we continued the process, multiple development team meetings. Public draft of the document was released back in July. Had several public meetings to go over that draft. The final draft was released in September. Briefly, our development team consisted of our Santa Barbara County Fire Safe Council, Santa Barbara County Fire, and then community members from those communities you see on the board, which many I'm sure you recognize. Las Varas Ranch, the Nature Conservancy, representing the Dangerman Preserve, California State Parks, the Reagan Ranch, Hollister Ranch Community, Venadito Canyon Community, Farron Road Community, El Capitan Estates, Arroyo Hondo Preserve, and the El Capitan Canyon Resort. Our agency representatives consisted of California Department of Fish and Wildlife, California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, California Department of Parks and Recreation, Caltrans, Natural Resources Conservation Service, the Santa Barbara County Executive Office, Santa Barbara County Office of Emergency Management, Santa Barbara County Planning and Development. Special plug to planning, because anytime we do these CWPPs, I get a lot of help from the long-range planning staff. Santa Barbara County Public Works, the United States Forest Service, Los Padres National Forest, and Vandenberg Air Force Base. The plan area actually butted up to the boundary of the Space Force Base. And a brief summary of the meetings. And talking about public input, so it was very important that the plan have access to the general public, not just the community members, because there's a very large, what I would call transient population on the Gaviota Coast, consisting of visitors to the state parks, visitors to the National Forest. It's a commuting route for North County or South County residents that are commuting to their place of work. They travel through the Gaviota Coast every day. And so it's really important that not just the community be able to weigh in on this plan. So we hosted multiple public workshops. These were hosted by the Fire Safe Council. Most of these workshops occurred during the pandemic, so we were just like everybody else. We were having to figure out how to make these workshops work remotely. We developed a survey that was hosted by the Fire Safe Council on their website. We conducted numerous field meetings and had multiple meetings with our development team representatives who became sort of the ambassadors to their small communities to get the word out about what was going on with the project. The goals of the CWPP, we defined these goals. They're going to be a little bit different for every one of these that you see across our county. In this case, we wanted to reduce wildfire hazard within the plan area to enhance community and firefighter safety. We wanted to enhance the protection of values at risk from wildfire. This is our structures, our infrastructure, agricultural resources. That's huge on the Gaviota Coast. There's a significant amount of agricultural activity going on. Recreational resources, also very important on the Gaviota Coast, and natural and cultural resources. We want to integrate fire and fuels management activities with land management priorities. We want to increase community awareness and education about practices to reduce wildfire risk, including defensible space, fuels reduction, and structural hardening. And we want to encourage communication and coordination of fire and fuels management activities with all of our affected stakeholders. And with that, this is our plan area. I'm sure most of you recognize it. It is very closely aligned with the Gaviota Coast Plan, which was a long-term project that planning and development went through for our land use policies on the Gaviota Coast. And I mentioned the Gaviota Coast Plan because in that plan, that was really what set the seed for developing a CWPP. It was one of the action items identified in the Gaviota Coast Plan. And with that, I will turn it over to Scott Eckert from Dudek Consulting, who will cover some of the specifics of our plan.
Thank you. Got it? Okay, sorry. Thank you, Chief Hazard. Thank you, Chair Williams and members of the board for having us here today. I'm going to cover a little bit of a summary of the plan area and the hazard assessment process that we conducted for developing the CWPP, identify some of the key issues that were identified by the community during plan development, as well as some of the values at risk that were identified in the plan area. The map you see on the screen here is the CWPP plan area boundary. It encompasses 106,000 acres, actually just over 106,000 acres. Extends from Farron Road on the east side to Point Conception on the west side, and from approximately the ridge line of the San Ynez Mountains on the north to the Pacific Ocean on the south. The plan identifies 11 different communities within the CWPP plan area. It also acknowledges that there are numerous other structures and buildings and smaller areas outside of those 11 communities. The plan identifies almost 1,300 individual buildings and structures in the plan area. And as Chief Hazard noted, the population in the plan area has some variability. There's the permanent population is closely aligned with the structure and community locations, but there is the sort of temporal change with the population that fluctuates both seasonally and daily with recreational resources and the influx of agricultural workers and employees at some of the facilities located in the plan area. So a little bit about the plan area. So ownership is primarily private, about 75% privately owned land. That number does include the Dangermont Preserve, which is approximately 23% of the plan area. The remainder of the land in the plan area is public land, primarily the U.S. Forest Service, state parks, the County of Santa Barbara, and a few other agencies. The wildland-urban interface, which is an area of land, where that's proximate to structures in the plan area that strategic vegetation management and wildfire risk reduction projects can be implemented for community protection. Most of us are familiar with 100 feet within structures. That's the state-mandated defensible space area. If we look at the plan area, approximately 1% of the plan area, about 1,000 acres, is within 1%, within 100 feet of structures. Then we look at the area of land within 1.5 miles of structures, and this is sort of the wildland influence zone. This is the federally identified wildland-urban interface definition. And when we look at that area, we have 94% of the plan area is covered in that. So that really speaks to really the distribution, the spatial distribution of buildings and structures in the plan area. Vegetation in the plan area is dominated primarily by shrub-dominated communities. What we mean there is chaparral primarily and coastal scrub. Those are identified in yellow and blue on the map you see here on the screen. Herbaceous or grass-dominated vegetation encompasses about 29% of the plan area. Those are represented in green on your map, and then tree-dominated vegetation, woodlands and forests in the light purple color. Those are concentrated primarily at higher elevations and in some of the drainages throughout the plan area. One note on vegetation coverage and as it's related to wildfire hazard, when chaparral vegetation reaches about 30 years in age, and when sage scrub vegetation reaches about 15 years in age, its flammability increases, so its wildfire hazard increases. When we looked at chaparral coverage in the plan area, 34%, so about a third of that vegetation is 30 years old or older. And when we looked at sage scrub vegetation, 86% of that vegetation is 15 years and older. So the plan area has been subject to numerous fires over the recorded fire history record. 36 fires have burned either entirely within or partially within the plan area between 1916 and 2022. Those fires ranged in size from 9 acres to 79,000 acres. Of note are 3 recent large fires, including the 2016 Sherpa fire, the 2017 Whittier fire, and the 2021 Alisal fire, which we heard about. We also looked at the ignition history in the plan area. Between 2007 and 2020, there were 199 wildfire ignitions occurring either within or within 2 miles of the plan area boundary. And when we looked at the sources for those, nearly all of those fires, with the exception of 1.5% of those fires, were human caused. So 1.5% were lightning caused. And if you look at the map on the screen, you see definite correlation with ignition points and the road networks within and adjacent to the plant area. And then finally, the Alisol fire. Of course, as Chief Hazard mentioned, that was a fairly unique experience to have a fire burn during a CWPP development process. And that fire actually, and the subsequent field assessments that were conducted, really helped inform some of the management recommendations that were included in the plan. So part of the CWPP development process included evaluating wildfire hazard. We did that through various modeling tools, as well as evaluating different data sets. The first hazard and modeling effort we conducted was a spotting assessment, or a wildfire ember production assessment. This is important in that it really brings into focus the necessity and the importance of structural hardening recommendations included in the plan. Our next hazard assessment effort was it's called an integrated hazard assessment. This is a combination of wildfire behavior modeling as well as wildfire probability modeling. So it's a combination of those two, and it really highlighted which portions of the plan area were at presented elevated wildfire hazard. It allowed us to look at those more closely to identify potential projects to address wildfire risk. We mentioned vegetation age and how that relates to wildfire hazard. We looked at that information as well. And we also looked at wildfire suppression difficulty, which is a data set that combines an analysis of terrain, proximity to roads, and wildland fire line production rates. Essentially, it's a measure of how difficult it would be to suppress a wildfire. And so we looked at all these different data sets when we were identifying and prioritizing some of the project recommendations in the document. So throughout the CWPP development process, there were numerous issues identified by the community. We have them listed here on the screen. Those include ignition potential. We looked at the wildfire ignition history data. Some limited communication capabilities due to the unique terrain. Some of the steep canyons and narrow drainages present in the plan area really had an effect on communication capabilities, both for the community and for the fire agency and other responders. Post-fire erosion and debris flow risk was a very high concern by the community. Grazing practices, where grazing had occurred previously and had been removed. Evacuation was a key issue. The importance of fuel breaks in protecting portions of the community, primarily in the eastern portion of the plan area. The importance of defensible space and structure protection. Utilizing and maintaining access throughout the plan area, and this included both public roadways, but also private ranch roads. Critical infrastructure. There's numerous facilities, communication facilities and public facilities in the plan area that were identified to be protected from wildfire. And then finally, the population, both the permanent population as well as those visiting the plan area. And so some of the values at risk that were identified through the plan development process included, of course, the population, structures, critical infrastructure, the ranching and agricultural land use and infrastructure, all of the recreational resources present in the plan area, as well as numerous natural resources, including biological and cultural resources. And with that, I'll turn it back to Chief Hazard. Thank you.
All right, and before I talk about our recommendations, I realize I started without Scott. He had a few words he wanted to say, and I think it is important for our project manager to just briefly talk about the role of the Fire Safe Council in making this project happen. Scott's board member on the Fire Safe Council, a local community member on the Gaviota Coast, and retired fire service. So he brought a lot to the table in terms of project management.
Thanks, Chief Hazard. Chair, Board of Supervisors, my name is Scott Kaufman. I'm a retired battalion chief with Carpinteria Fire, and I'm a property owner at the Hollister Ranch. What I want to do is just really thank the board. Back in the day, 2016, when I put forward to the board at that time in the GAV plan, Supervisor Hartman and then Supervisor Doreen Farr picked up on that. It was kind of a thought that I'd had for probably 12 years. We need a community wildfire protection plan for Gaviota. And it's a different deal because it's 106,000 acres. It's really widespread out, tough. It's a tough deal, tough sell, but they picked up on it. And so Supervisor Hartman, with heartfelt thank you, and again, Doreen Farr, and picked up on that. We put it together. And then for about 4 years, we put together with the Gaviota Neighbors Group, wanting to put this together. It was just kind of a grind trying to get it, but we had a lot of meetings in that. And then finally, the Santa Barbara County Fire Safe Council took up on that, and then we wrote the grant. And really, another heartfelt thanks is that the grant was put together, $196,000, and realistically, again, thank you to the chief and to Chief Hazard. We put that together. They ended up putting their blessing on it. They are a ranger unit for CAL FIRE. They made it happen, got the mapping in it that we needed, put all those things together, and finally we got it, which was just, it was kind of an uphill battle. But again, because of the Board of Supervisors and again, County Fire, the thanks to them was just outstanding. And then the other thing is, again, for Chief Hazard, again, he was born and raised in Refugio Canyon, real intimately knowledgeable about Gaviota and that, and really put a lot of time and effort. The other thing was with Scott Eckert, our fire scientist. The big thing I think the reason why this is probably one of the best plans we've ever put together is, as a fire scientist, he came there, he listened to the community, listened to our concerns, and then we ended up, getting all those concerns in the fire science. I know myself at the Hollister Ranch, he put different mapping in that, so for us and for our needs. And again, from the Alisol fire, being that we were able to, we already had the communities organized, so I know, I think you're going to hear from our president of the Fire Safe Council, Paul Van Leer. We were able to do some briefings out there in real time during the Alisol fire, and boy, it was really nice that we had everything already organized before that point. So I have a feeling that the community wildfire protection plan process works. The other thing is the county. The process that the county put together is probably one of the best in the nation. It's really a really good process. It's very advanced, and I think it ended up making the product so much better. So again, things that are done right. So I just say a couple maybe takeaways there. One is just the grassroots efforts we had, from the community, and then the response we had from government, I think, was outstanding. And then, like I say, the other thing is the development of the process, and again, kudos again to County Fire to really make this an advanced program. So I think that's kind of what I wanted to say. Again, a little color here, but really a wonderful process, and I was really a joy for me to be a part of the process. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, I'll move on to our action plan. This was a set of recommendations that came out of the document. So that's the primary purpose of this document, is to get some boots on the ground action. That's why we put all this effort into it. And so this was divided into some categories. We had vegetation management of all different flavors and sizes. We came up with some structural ignitability recommendations. Community outreach and education is very important in our plan area. Access and evacuation, so this is especially critical on the Gaviota Coast and quite prescient given what has occurred out there recently. And in fact, I was chuckling to myself when Mr. Eckert was talking about the suppression difficulty index, because I think that model actually would be a little different were we to run it today, because several of the access routes we have on the Gaviota Coast possibly may never get put back together again. And so that will change that suppression difficulty, because we will not have access to some of the more wildland areas out there. And then funding, obviously, always is an issue when you're trying to get projects done, is where's the funds coming from? Infrastructure and communications, this is also very timely and prescient as we're developing both our public safety radio network across the county and upgrading it, and also developing our regional fire communications center. And then post-fire recovery, again, this was a big concern of the community, and obviously we see that fires have a post-fire period of vulnerability to debris flow and flooding events. So all very important action plan recommendations. So in vegetation management, a little different from some other plans. Because it's so rural in this area, really there's not a lot of emphasis on significant field breaks, or what we would call community defensible space zones, where we enhance defensible space just beyond our housing development. These are very common actions in some of our CWPPs on our South Coast communities, where we have dense housing right up next to the wildlands. But in Gaviota, and this is also common in our North County, so as we develop plans for the northern portion of our county, you're going to see similar types of recommendations. So agriculture and grazing is super important for providing wildfire mitigation to rural communities. Things like orchard greenbelts, grazed lands, they offer significant buffers to wildfires. And we've seen this many, many times. Everybody probably remembers the gap fire behind Gaviota, and we all know that the orchards saved Gaviota. It's a common thing that you'll hear about why that fire burned so intensely down the mountain and then ended up stopping and no houses were lost. It was 100% due to those orchards. So, significantly on the Gaviota Coast, grazing is a huge part of fire protection out there. So determining ways to encourage continued responsible livestock grazing, or in areas that no longer have commercial agricultural grazing, we're looking at some programs to introduce things like sheep and goat grazing, what we call prescribed herbivory, under grant funds through a CEQA process. And then we looked at defensible space, so increasing compliance. Obviously, we have a pretty significant data set from County Fire over what our compliance rate is. And so one of the recommendations was to increase that compliance. One of the ways we can do that is through Firewise communities. This kind of dovetails to a lot of the discussion about how do we increase community participation across Santa Barbara County for resilience, and Firewise is one of the ways you can do that. It's a program that our Fire Safe Council is involved in. It essentially creates almost like a mini, very, very small neighborhood-specific CWPPs that dovetail off this document to just look at the basic issues for a small neighborhood. What is the vulnerability of your structures, and how is your defensible space compliance? And ways that neighborhoods can help each other to maintain compliance with defensible space. And then we looked at vegetation management. These are more traditional type projects. Many of these projects would be county fire projects or U.S. Forest Service projects. Things like roadside treatments, where we're removing vegetation from the side of the road to prevent ignitions or to make the roads safer transportation corridors in a wildfire. We're looking at, in some cases, invasive species removal. So we do have significant amounts of invasive plant species that tend to migrate out of some of our ranch lands through riparian corridors. Things like arundo, thistle, plants like that we want to get rid of. In many cases, they're pretty flammable. We looked at what we call TRAs. These are temporary refuge areas. So some of our communities, evacuation can be a challenge, and we're looking for opportunities to create more shelter-in-place options if their primary or their only escape route gets cut off in a wildfire. These types of areas can also help our first responders if we're involved in firefighting in these communities and we need to retreat due to increased fire activity. We need a safer place to bring our resources into while the fire increases in intensity. And we're looking at how do we maintain our existing projects. So County Fire actually has quite a few projects in the area, and so we were looking at ways that we can just maintain those projects so they're not just one-offs, but we revisit these project sites and make sure that they're always viable. And looking at targeted treatments. Again, fuel load reduction and invasive species control. Field breaks, we do have a very significant field break across the Camino Cielo. This is a Forest Service project that started back in the 1960s and 70s. It involved actually type conversion, which is changing one type of vegetation to a less flammable type. Typically, we don't engage in that anymore, but it was done through chemicals, and so it's permanent. That field break is there forever. It actually was a pretty handy piece of fire suppression infrastructure during the Whittier fire. I personally conducted a large backfiring operation off that field break. So we wanted to recognize it in the plan. It's not a county responsibility, it's the Forest Service responsibility, but we wanted to make sure that that there was a shout out to that piece of infrastructure because it is significant to preventing fires from crossing from one side of the mountain range to the other. And we looked at how can we connect some of our smaller little field breaks that we do have out there so that they're more holistic, right? We don't have gaps in our field treatments. We looked at maintaining breaks around critical infrastructure. I would say probably the most critical infrastructure would be our radio repeater network on top of Sandiness Peak. And then we have our commercial repeater sites at Broadcast. And then we have our materials recovery facility in the Tahigas landfill, which, as we know, sustained significant damage during the Alisal fire. So we looked at ways that we can mitigate that happening again. We also looked at how do we establish some kind of field treatment network out on the Hollister Ranch. Really, there's never been any type of project work out there other than what the homeowners have done. And we did look at prescribed fire. That's something that comes up often. Hey, can we do prescribed fire in these areas, particularly to reduce the age of the vegetation? There are some limited areas where we could engage in prescribed fire. It's going to take a lot of coordination with landowners, and it comes with unique challenges with prescribed fire. We didn't rule it out. It definitely wasn't at the forefront of our recommendations, but there are some limited opportunities to engage in that. Looking at structural ignitability, we looked at structural retrofit programs. Concurrent to this project, Santa Barbara County Fire Safe Council has been putting together a structural retrofit portal on their website under a separate grant program. And so the Fire Safe Council is ready to launch that project soon, and it will be a significant asset to homeowners who are trying to look at options and get guidance on what they can do to make their home more resilient to embers. Community outreach and education, significant recommendation that we engage those communities in the Firewise program. Again, this is a Santa Barbara County Fire Safe Council driven initiative. We looked at increasing signage, word-side signage, identifying high fire hazard areas, and increasing the amount of material that we send out to our residents just to further educate them about being proactive in wildfire mitigation and the things they can do to make their properties less vulnerable. And we're looking at how can we increase focused outreach to marginalized or vulnerable communities. Believe it or not, we kind of saw that on the Alisal fire. We lost 12 homes up there, and all of them were uninsured. And so actually another plug to Bucket Brigade. Bucket Brigade did a fundraiser, and they cleared all of the burnt debris off of those foundations. Because without insurance, you're not going to get the burnt debris cleared, so you can't even begin the rebuild process until you've removed all of that. So it is an issue in many of the communities out there. And then we need to engage in a lot of community outreach to the agricultural community, particularly a lot of workers that come into the area daily to work on some of those agricultural operations out there, and ensure that they understand the process, they understand wildfire safety. Access and evacuation, this is probably one of our biggest challenges, and obviously made worse by our current storm situation. Many of our communities are one way in, one way out. Under current California Fire Code, we would not be able to develop those communities the way they are right now. They would be required to have secondary access and egress. But we are left with what we have, and it's in some of these cases, it's vitally important that we increase efforts to make our public road infrastructure more resilient, more robust to these types of events, and that we look for opportunities to at least improve some of our access for first responders through fire access roads. And one of the things that we did realize early on, particularly with the Alisal fire, was that it's very difficult to rely on either landlines or cell phones. Some communities don't have landline access, or they have discontinued landlines and they rely on cell phones, but their coverage is terrible. And in other communities, they have no coverage at all, particularly in the canyon bottom. So it makes some of our county alerting programs, it's more challenging for these residents to receive those alerts. So it's something that we need to work on in some of these canyon communities. Funding, we're recommending that the county and the Fire Safe Council and other NGOs in the community take advantage of the significant grant funds that are available. And this document now provides the template and the blueprint for people to basically use it as a menu of projects that could get accomplished. Infrastructure and communications, data collection, our ROS network, which is our remote automated weather stations. We have 2 of them in the plan area. And then increasing installation of fire cameras, suppression equipment, communications infrastructure, safety zones. These are all things that we looked at as ways that we could provide increased mitigation. And then post-fire recovery, evaluating alternate access opportunities. Again, it's one of the biggest challenges we have is access and egress in this community. Minimizing invasive species spread. This is kind of common when we have large fires. Suppression activities can spread invasive species as we have heavy equipment come in from out of the county, putting in field breaks and field treatments. And the next winter, we find a whole new crop of mustard and thistle that grows in the fire scar. And developing post-fire rehabilitation guidelines. And so with that, our fire department recommendations, the role of county fire in this process is to take the document and then provide a set of recommendations to the board. And the Santa Barbara County Fire Department is recommending that the Board of Supervisors adopt the Gaviota Coast Community Wildfire Protection Plan, and also determine that adopting the Gaviota Coast Community Wildfire Protection Plan is not the approval of a project that is subject to the environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions from the board.
Questions from the board? Supervisor Hartman.
Well, the first thing I want to say is we've had other community wildfire protection plans come for the board, and there have been a lot of people out there and a lot of controversy. But you'll notice this one, people really have gotten behind it, and I think that's a real tribute to the people who were conducting this study. I am a huge proponent of shared public safety. That really started in the law enforcement area, but now it's really getting into fire and resilience. Government simply can't do it alone. And so how do we work with neighborhoods, with whole communities, and even regions? And I think you talked, Rob, about Chief, we work together a lot, and we've spent a lot of time together, so I forgive my informality. But there's FireWise communities, then there's the CWPP, and then something that's really, I think, unique to our county and really going to be path-breaking is the Regional Wildfire Mitigation Project. And I hope you'll talk about that and sort of how this all fits together, because we are on the cutting edge, and I think it's important that everybody understand that.
Chair Hartman, or Supervisor Hartman through the chair, that's a great question. So the Regional Wildfire Mitigation Program is a project that was started a couple years ago by a collaboration between some UCSB professors, County Fire, a group called Signal, which is a company that does geospatial work, and Fire Safe Council. There's involvement from the Community Environmental Council, and a wildfire planning firm out of Colorado. And this project looked at holistically across the southern portion of Santa Barbara County. How could we take the framework of a CWPP, but apply it across a broader area and make it a living program? So something that would be constantly updated. It would use the CWPPs as kind of the starting point, the launching point, but then look deeper into issues like regional water use, agriculture, housing development patterns, open space patterns, our field treatment network holistically. So how do we fit together all of these field treatments that cross different fire agency jurisdictions? And then looking at our housing stock and significantly, all the other infrastructure that we kind of forget about, but we're reminded during these type of flood events, bridges, roads, communication systems, the power grid. How do we make all of that infrastructure resilient to wildfire? The goal of this pilot program is essentially to kind of take the emergency out of wildfire, make wildfire what it is in most parts of the planet where we have historic wildfire. It's just part of the natural cycle. It's our development patterns that have put us in the position where wildfire becomes an emergency and we have to respond in an emergency fashion. And so kind of how we approach floods and debris flows, where we understand that we cannot stop that from happening. It is going to occur. There is a history of it. It's part of the natural cycle on our planet. How we respond to it is through mitigation. We build our community to be resilient to floods and debris flows. That's the goal of the Regional Wildfire Mitigation Program for wildfire. It's a test program. It was funded through a grant from the National Fisheries and Wildlife Foundation. Fire Safe Council was tasked with implementing a portion of the project looking at our community, specifically bringing communities into FireWise. And so, again, very relevant to the discussions we had earlier about the Thomas Fire recovery and how moving forward we create resilient neighborhoods. FireWise is a great way orienting around wildfire to bring communities together with a common voice. The Regional Wildfire Mitigation Program probably has another year with the current funding, and the goal, it's an ambitious goal, but the Santa Barbara County Fire Safe Council probably will be the vehicle that will take the whole program on, not just the FireWise portion. They'll take the entire program on. This will require significant grant funds. They're already strategizing how and where they're going to receive that funding and implement it countywide. It was originally designed around the South Coast because of this scale of it, but looking at the entire county, all of these issues are related, and so we want to put this across the entire county.
So if I just want to punctuate this, so it's working at the neighborhood level, the social level, it's working at the built environment level and how to make that better. But what is so intriguing to me is that it's working at the landscape level, and how do you manage and create a mosaic of habitats and environments, whether it be orchards, whether it be live oak groves, whether it be fuel breaks if they have to be, but how do you create that whole mosaic to protect a community? And so it's not just fuel management, but really more environmental management and working with traditional knowledge, indigenous community burning practices and plant practices as well. So the other thing I wanted to say is I kind of elbowed my way onto the Fire Safe Council board because I really believe in its mission. When it started, or when I started with it, it was probably maybe a few $1,000s a year was the budget. In just a few years, it's gone to millions a year in budget, and it's got amazing different programs from prescribed burns and working with the fire department, but prescribed grazing, chipping programs, all kinds of different activities to work with people to become more resilient in their neighborhoods and communities. And so I just think it's been one of the greatest success stories that I've experienced in my life, how this organization and Paul Van Leer has taken on the presidency, and it's sort of a second job for him now. But I think it's been a tremendous success.
Other questions, comments from the board? Say for my part, it's having spent so much time at the Gaviota Coast growing up, it's welcome to see a plan. Obviously the hard part of a plan is that people will expect us to actually get some things done with the plan. So I look forward to that process, and that the board and our role as the governing body of the fire department, the role that we can play in that. And want to thank you for your work. As all three of you have come from different perspectives. This kind of work is really appreciated by the board. Can I get a motion? Is there any public comment?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no request to speak on this item.
I move that we adopt the Gaviota Community Wildfire Protection Plan and determine that it doesn't require CEQA.
Thank you.
And I second the motion.
Motion by Hartman, second by Capps. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
I heard it.
And then we will have one more item for the day. Item 5.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 5 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Renew 22 summary report for fiscal years 2017 through 2022.
Supervisors, Jasmine McGinty's going to open this up, but this is another.
In 2017, the County of Santa Barbara embarked on the Renew 22 initiative to transform our organization by rethinking how we leverage technology.
We'll restart that, but again, this is a 5-year recap. The Renew 22 initiative, as you know, ended in 2022. We're continuing as Renew, and this is just a 5-year recap of what we did. I'm going to hand it off to Jasmine.
Thank you. Thank you, Mona. Good afternoon, Chair Williams and members of the board. The item being presented to you today, as Mona had mentioned, is a 5-year summary report of the Renew 22 initiative that we did start 5 years ago. So back in 2017, the County of Santa Barbara embarked on this initiative to enhance our organizational resiliency and transform our organization by rethinking how we leverage technology, people, processes, and community needs, changing economic, social, and environmental conditions so that we can provide the highest quality of service within our means to our residents and build upon your board's priorities. So the video that we'll be showing today highlights a summary of our accomplishments over the past 5 years. As we move into 2023 and beyond, we plan to build on our successes over these years and continue a culture of change and transformation that was instilled in our organization through this effort. Moving forward, as Mona had mentioned, Renew 22 will officially transition into simply Renew. So before we begin our video presentation today, we would like to thank your board for your commitment to change so that we can be a better and more resilient organization. And we'd also like to thank all the department directors who have been working on Renew initiatives and have been embracing our transformative behaviors and organizational values. So today you'll see some of those great accomplishments from a couple departments in the video today. We'd also like to thank our Renew executive team for their efforts and their commitment to Renew as we move into 2023 and beyond. So with that, we would like to present to you our 5-year summary of Renew 22. Now you can play the video, Chelsea.
In 2017, the County of Santa Barbara embarked on the Renew 22 initiative to transform our organization by rethinking how we leverage technology, people, and processes to better implement the Board of Supervisors' priorities, meet new expectations, and address community needs within evolving economic, social, and environmental conditions. This video presents a summary of the past 5 years of the Renew 22 initiative. In just 5 years, significant changes and system improvements have been achieved as each county department addressed core areas for transformation, rebalancing our resources, redesigning how we do our work, responding to residents and customers with the highest quality of services within our means, retaining high-performing employees, and preparing the next generation of leaders, revisioning the organization. Renew 22 cultivated a framework for change and innovation. The framework helped us accelerate initiatives and spotlight the importance of Renew's values and behaviors. Together, our values and transformative behaviors align with how we deliver exceptional services so all in Santa Barbara County can enjoy a safe, healthy, and prosperous life. And here's how.
In an effort to achieve more financial resiliency and responsibility, we've rebalanced our resources to create more cost savings, set attainable budget goals, and explore ways to better track our progress. Each year, departments have enhanced financial resiliency, targeting the big picture goal of saving at least 1% of their total operating budget. To date, departments have achieved and exceeded this goal over the 5-year period.
In an environment where creativity, new ideas, and risk-taking are valued, we have shifted our focus to prioritizing and funding energy efficiency upgrades, which contribute to the county achieving financial resiliency and cost savings. County energy efficiency projects include installing a solar battery microgrid at the Betteravia campus and a solar and battery project at Fire Station 12. In addition, work has begun on the implementation of a building energy management system, and all new county facilities are being designed to be as close to zero net energy as possible. We are focused on technology innovation as an area of opportunity for the county to improve. By implementing and embracing technology, we are able to better serve our customers and understand our energy footprint on the environment. The county now has 127 electric vehicle chargers installed at 13 county locations. Many are available for employees and the public to use at a minimal rate, and the county fleet has over 60 EVs with an additional 30 on order, including several pickup trucks. Since January 2022, over 17,000 individual charging sessions have occurred by the public and our fleet vehicles, saving 227,000 pounds of greenhouse gases and avoiding the use of over 12,000 gallons of gasoline. By committing to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, the EV and energy efficiency programs support the Santa Barbara County Climate Action Plan and our commitment to ensuring a safe and resilient future for our community.
As a way to better serve our customers with the highest quality service within our means, we responded to customer needs in a variety of ways. Now, let's take a look at an exemplary program that utilized the Renew framework of quickly responding to customers in a rapidly changing environment.
The COVID-19 pandemic put the Renew framework to the test and showcased our collective ability to collaborate, think strategically, and effectively deliver services. Through an innovative public-private partnership, agencies and organizations collaboratively built a data portal which included an array of interactive data charts and maps which tell the local COVID-19 story and address frequently asked questions through a mix of visual and narrative forms so that all could make informed decisions. We were able to reach and inform all county residents in both rural and suburban areas by establishing the Office of Health Equity in January 2021. The Office of Health Equity worked to support the department's leadership, managers, and frontline staff in bringing an equity and inclusion lens to service provision. To do this, the Office of Health Equity established a bilingual county call center to augment the ongoing 211 helpline. As times continued to change, the program leaned on our transformative behavior of data-driven decision-making. By examining data from all county neighborhoods, the program provided targeted outreach to all communities, including Mixteco-speaking populations, medically underserved areas, and rural and hyper-rural populations. Santa Barbara County continues to be resilient as the county grows its capacity to respond to future emergencies, improve overall population health, and serve each resident equitably in an environment that celebrates diversity, equity, and inclusion.
To help create organizational resiliency, we had to consider ways to redesign how we do our work. By promoting efficient and enhanced services, centralizing functions, improving technology, and expanding partnerships, we've been able to make great strides in redesigning operations. One of our big picture goals is to look at services that could be conducted online and migrate 75% of those services online by June 2022. To date, we've migrated approximately 87% of county services online or to a digital format where feasible. That's 365 out of 417 services offered online. Let's take a deeper dive into a program that redesigned their processes by harnessing data and collaborative problem solving to better serve our youth.
Probation's data analysis made it apparent that in certain key areas, the Santa Barbara County juvenile justice system had not kept pace with state and comparison county trends. Through a Renew lens, the Probation Department embarked on a comprehensive county comparison, data mining, and analysis project. Through this data mining and analysis, we identified opportunities to inform and transform our practices, including a research-validated assessment, quality assurance mechanisms, and a complete juvenile justice program inventory project. These strategies and efforts have transformed juvenile probation in Santa Barbara County into a focused intervention that promotes personal growth, positive behavior change, and long-term success for youth who pose significant risks for serious offending. As of October 2022, the number of juveniles supervised by the Probation Department had decreased 62% from the start of our data mining effort. By harnessing the power of data and collaboration instilled by Renew transformative behaviors, we are able to provide a higher quality of service to our youth and community members.
The county strives to retain and attract high-performing employees and prepare the next generation of leaders in county government. One big picture goal is to retain 80% of new employees during their first 5 years of county employment. We have retained an average of 70% of our employees who joined the county over the past 5 years. Another big picture goal is for 30% of managers to participate in a countywide or department-sponsored leadership development program. We have exceeded this goal with 70% of managers having participated in various leadership development programs.
Communication and engagement internally and externally have contributed to the success of Renew 22 over the past 5 years and has helped us to revision our organization. Our updated public-facing website provides quick accessibility to county departments and resources for the user all in one place. It also has quick links to the Board of Supervisors meetings, news and announcements, as well as emergency preparedness resources. Our website also has information on Renew 22 efforts, as well as our progress over the past 5 years. Additionally, since fiscal year 2020-2021, you can find our progress on our big picture goals in the budget document. We have made these goals public in order to further increase transparency and accountability. Looking forward to 2023 and beyond, Renew transformative initiatives will continue to be implemented, tracked, monitored, and reported. As Renew 2022 approached its 5-year mark, county leadership engaged in revising the big picture goals to demonstrate, as an organization, our commitment to progress. The revised countywide goals reflect the original focus of the core areas of transformation and establish benchmarks for all departments to achieve. We are building on our successes over the last 5 years to continue moving the County of Santa Barbara towards becoming the most innovative, responsive, and resilient county that we can be. A focus on systemic improvement and transformation will continue, and Renew 22 will be officially transitioning to simply Renew, an ongoing commitment to the Renew initiatives.
While largely focused on strengthening our internal processes and practices, our efforts have helped us better deliver on the Board of Supervisors' priorities for the community. In 2023 and beyond, we will continue to grow and build on our successes, keeping Renew and the county's core areas of transformation and behavior strong as we set and work to achieve higher goals for the county, because
We are one county
with one future.
Thank you. Then that concludes our presentation today, and we're happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Questions from the board? Supervisor Lavanino.
I just have a comment that outside of a fleeting shot of you, Mona, for a brief second around the thing, I mean, in my mind, you're the architect of Renew 22. And, you know, I don't think, obviously, I don't know if you had to bless this or how much you put it together, but so I know you're too shy to toot your own horn on there, but this is definitely a super successful program. I think one thing that I get criticized for a lot, and I think all of us do, that are policymakers, is that we're too concentrated on the day-to-day, and we don't have that big picture of what we're really trying to do. And honestly, until Renew 22 came along, that accusation was pretty accurate, because you know, we're so busy trying to put out fires, literally and figuratively, that we sometimes forget what is that long-range big picture. And so I really appreciate you focusing us on that. And it took a lot of people to do it, and we're not done yet, obviously, but so many successes. I think just the transition to putting things online, if that was the only thing that we did, then it was worth it, because you know, that was a huge accomplishment. So you know, you need to get as much credit as you can possibly take for this one, because this was a big monumental move, and you got us moving in the right direction now.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. Yeah, I want to piggyback on that, you know, because I was thinking about that as you said, Supervisor Lavanino, about the day-to-day pieces, and I think that the other place you can look to see our organization and how it's been impacted by Renew is our budget. You know, we came down to our budget, and we got, you know, even though this is technically very good times financially for the county, at least up into this last year, because of the ARPA funds, as well as some good management by you and your budget staff. All of the expenses were pretty much prescribed by the priorities that were set forth through Renew, through our budget workshops, so that, you know, we didn't have this 3-day session where you know, money's flying right and left, and you know, it's done in a much more thoughtful way, and it's something that I think ends up with a better product for the taxpayers of this county. And so it really has impacted all corners of what we do up here, and I just thank you for that vision, Mona, and the entire team for your continued ongoing commitment to that, and we look forward to the new name change, because I think that's what we all constantly need to be doing in our own lives, and this county is constantly looking at things with new eyes to hopefully bring the change that is impactful for the long run.
Supervisor Hartman.
If you watch good craftspeople, they care for their tools. That really, they spend a lot of time sharpening and maintaining their tools. And for us, the organization is our tool. And we can have the greatest ideas and programs and visions in the world, but if we don't have the organization with the people, the processes, the structures, the know-how to carry it forward, it's just a lot of hot air. And so I think what Mona has been doing with the staff is sharpening our tools, caring for our tools, making sure that this organization is in tip-top shape to address all the challenges, and how she's managed to do that. As Supervisor Lavanino mentioned, you know, when you've got all these crises, how can you, you know, rebuild the plane? So I think that that's been an enormous accomplishment. And I have a question. Out of all these things that have come out of Renew, what are you proudest of?
Well, before I answer that, there's a lot of people to thank, not just me, so I appreciate your kind words. But it's my whole executive team who've been in it since day one, and our Renew Steering Committee has had general services and HR. So the core of the county has been focused on that, on this. So thank you to them. And what's great is when I see like Jasmine, who's come on post the beginning of Renew 22. And people who come new into the county and they accept it. And this is the way Santa Barbara County does things. We are constantly, as Supervisor Nelson said, renewing ourselves, not wanting to stick with the status quo, trying to sharpen our tools. So just when people come into our culture, that's what they expect, to hold us all accountable to that. So I'm very proud of that. But thank you to your board, because the biggest change, I think, when we all look back on this is that the technology change that Supervisor Hartman talked about. We finally have an IT department that's forming and someone leading that IT department, and you can see what a difference it makes. During this tenure, when I started, we didn't have a PIO, remember that? And look how far we've gotten with the talent that we had. So it's an evolution of our county to be a high-performing organization. I think we are, but we can always strive to be more. And the next phase is, I had promised Supervisor Hartman probably 4 years ago, is once we get our organization, headed in the right direction as much as possible, it is then going to the community and talking about what are the goals and strategies that you, the board, would like to see us achieve on your behalf. What are those big things that we can all be marching in the same direction? So that's what I'm most proud of, and most proud of our department directors. This wouldn't get done without them. And if you look at the board letter, we actually have a report of all the things that they've done, and some have done things just extremely well. And you should be all really proud of all your department directors as well.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you, Chair Williams. Well, coming in here with fresh eyes, I mean, this is extremely educational. So just from a communication standpoint, these 2 videos today, Kelsey, all the work that has gone into it. I mean, people like to learn this way, and I feel as though I know a lot of work goes in, so the expectations need to be calibrated, but to learn and to watch these 2 videos as a newcomer, it's been extremely helpful, and I can only imagine, how that ripples out into the public. So thank you for that and the work that has gone into it. And then secondly, I just see this as a incredible emphasis on systems, and clearly that's your leadership and with the leaders of the team, and the, for lack of a better word, the branding, Renew 22, it's important because it gives a wrapping around the work. And I can see it just, again, fresh eyes, seeing it as a whole, despite all of the crises, that the work continues if people understand the construct and the system and the goals, and particularly the example of juvenile justice and how data has led to these restorative practices. And you see that in the numbers so dramatically. I look forward to what the next phase of this will be. So my sincere compliments all around. Thank you.
I just wanted to add, first, is there any public comment on this item?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we do not have any requests to speak on this item.
Well, I just wanted to add that my observation has been this is sort of like the rolling back of feudalism, that the I mean, it's not as if people didn't want efficiency and good customer service before Renewed 22, but the primary sort of like fealty seemed to be to the department, right? Steve, you always had a great anecdote about that, where you met an employee, they knew all of the bosses within their department, but they had no idea that there was other departments, and they had no idea there was a board of supervisors, right? There was, and I think that what's hazardous in that kind of environment is that there's so much more work and so much better results we can do as a whole, right? I mean, think about if you're trying to solve criminal justice issues as one department, right? Or you're trying to handle mental health issues as one department, homelessness issues as one department. It's a weaker path. And so I think what has, I've noticed a difference in is more people talking in departments about the county as an entity, as an institution, and as an institution with an agenda, and an agenda to be better to the people of Santa Barbara County, and provide better service to the people of Santa Barbara County. I think that's really powerful. It's, it took some re-education camps, good, Mona, but they were good re-education camps. And it took obviously a lot of work with including from people who are here, but I think in the long run it will seep through the institution more, and we can give better customer service, better public policy, and better results for the people. Do we need a receive and file?
I'll make a motion to receive and file.
Motion by Lavanino.
Second.
Second by Nelson. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you. We will adjourn to February 14th, Valentine's Day in Santa Maria.
Nice. Nothing says love.
Yeah.